The blue moonlight cuts across our sight as pure and clear as a ringing bell, reaching for us in the night. As the wind calms my thoughts, I hold strong on this terrace. I feel at peace, carried away by the wind song. Open the door and walk away. Never give in to the call of yesterday. Memories that made those days sublime. These ruined halls and tombs, stolen time. Reach for my hand, I'll soar away into the dawn. Oh, I wish I could stay here and cherish calls in peaceful days. I fear the edge of dawn, knowing time betrays.
What is going on? Hello. How is everyone doing today? I have a gray hair. Oh my gosh. I got a video for to start off with. I am Irish, so I wanted to see what's going on in Ireland.
It's not what the world's being told. They are not refugees. Criminals in the jail now from Sierra Leone who are wanted for mass murder, cannibalism, and
One of my headphones isn't working. That's so not.
you know, so let's speak about immigration.
Oh, it's working, I guess.
Let's speak about the crime wave in Ireland. It's not what the world's being told. They are not
Nintendo Direct, maybe later.
in the jail now from Sierra Leone who are wanted for mass murder, cannibalism, and you know, so let's speak about immigration. Let's speak about immigration. Let's speak about the crime wave in Ireland.
This is just a flood. This is like an invasion. We can't keep up with it.
The whole city centre is a no-go area. The government will tell you
It's a no-go.
but us ordinary people will tell you, yeah, it is a no-go area.
Disorder in Dublin is out of control. New data shows that violent crime has nearly doubled in the Irish capital in a decade.
When you think of Ireland, what do you think about? Do you think about the scenic sea cliffs?
I wanna go
Perhaps
see
the
those
Irish
cliffs.
pubs, or the St. Patrick's Day parade? However, now something has been brewing in Ireland, and that is the dangers of mass immigration at unprecedented rates. In 2023, you may have seen the riots that broke out after a
Free money?
naturalized Irish citizen from Algeria stabbed 3 children at a primary school, and chaos broke out in Ireland. But after
Oh
the
no, that's
riots,
crazy.
never heard more from Ireland about this crisis until their most famous and powerful citizen, Conor McGregor, appeared at the White House with a clear message for the world.
Our government has long since abandoned the voices of the people of Ireland, and it's high time that America is made aware of what is going on in Ireland. What is going on in Ireland is a travesty. Our government is the government of zero action with zero accountability. The illegal immigration racket is running ravage on the country. There are rural towns in Ireland that have been overrun in one swoop, that have become a minority in one swoop.
If you thought the US migrant crisis was bad, wait until you learn about Ireland's. For instance, if Ireland keeps its immigration rates at where they are currently, in just 15 years, the Irish will become the minority in their own country. And currently,
that's
Ireland is
crazy.
paying migrants up to €5,000 to come into Ireland.
Would you believe if I told you there's a country that's willing to give you €5,000 to relocate for free? Yeah, Ireland is giving you €5,000 to relocate to Ireland on a working visa for free.
In this video, I'll be speaking with the locals, the migrants themselves, and breaking down the realities of this crisis inside the unprotected borders
Free money?
of Ireland, and looking at the new political attacks that were orchestrated right after Conor McGregor's White House visit to try and keep the truth hidden from the outside world. I met up with fellow YouTuber by the name of Bogtrotter to get an understanding as to what is actually happening here in Ireland. So what is happening here in Ireland, specifically with the migrant crisis?
We are being taken for a ride. You know, we're known for our soft hearts, but we've been using our soft hearts as a shield, and that shield is not working. The NGOs, the elites and the higher ups are destroying this country to make a few quid, and they're doing it under the oh, it's the globalists. This is a good thing. It's all a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's not. 85% destroying the passports. In my view, the second you put your foot into Ireland and you've destroyed a passport, you broke the law. You have broke the law as your port of entry.
So do these migrants need a passport to come into Ireland?
No,
And how are they coming into Ireland?
they're walking in. They destroy the passports in Dublin Airport, and that's it. So basically,
I don't
You
understand
can,
why why they're destroying their
say
passport though.
that you're from any country, any name.
I'm from East
Border here
Jabib.
in Ireland?
Well, there's an invisible border between north and south. You know, it's not the border was in the past where there would be guns out the window and trained to you as you're going past. It's not like that.
So is there any limits as to how many people are coming into Ireland right now?
All they do is get a boat. They don't need a passport. You don't need identification from Ireland to England.
So what are the main ways the migrants are coming into Ireland?
They've done the whole journey through France, all the countries they've passed through, and were refused. We are the cream of the crop, basically, and we're at the end, so we will have the best offering.
So how dangerous has it become for the people here in Ireland?
Yeah, it's become very dangerous, especially for women and children. The style of violence has changed completely. Whether it used to be you get a bit of a beating, etc. Now it's become knife crimes. Now it's become kind of neck attack, like neck slices. There's
Jesus.
We also have guys who are just exposing themselves in front of children on O'Connell Street 2 days ago, just taking out their and walking towards 2-year-old children.
Is this Irishmen or is this the foreign nationals
This
or
is
illegal migrants?
Africans.
And was this happening before they opened up the borders and started accepting everybody?
No. These are
So
all-
it's
these are
everywhere.
all
It's happening everywhere. It's not
asylum
just-
seekers. These aren't.
not just
They
America.
Stop here in the middle of the road to do prayers. Stopping in the middle of the road and blocking traffic, saying prayers to Allah in the middle of the road, stopping traffic.
Why is Ireland trying to hide this from the rest of the world?
Face.
They can pray
We are the helpers.
anywhere.
We
Doesn't
took
have to be in the middle of the road.
Ukrainians more per head than the UK, and we've done more than this. And now we bring their dogs over and fix their cars. I don't know whether it's just because they aren't being called out on it. The only people are people like myself who are calling them out on YouTube because no one else is. There's no one to do that.
In the past decade, crime has doubled in Ireland and knife crimes are a daily occurrence. In 2024, they seized over 2,000 knives, and in 2025,
A lot of
there have been
knives.
so many attacks, they have lost track. For instance, just in the past year, a woman was stabbed in Dublin City 5 times. An 8-year-old was stabbed to death trying to protect her mother from a stabbing. And when you go look at these reports to see who was the criminal, it just says a man. Nobody knows who actually stabbed the person. Ireland is not releasing these names or the photos of these stabbers to the public. Do women feel safe walking the streets of Ireland?
It could be anyone. It could be the same person.
Like I got into like so many situations.
If you really don't trust them.
just until meeting her.
So how do you know they're still in jail? How do you know they went to jail?
That are actually kind of like perverted. I said those are half of them foreigners. I feel like those people should kind of get moved because we don't feel comfortable. We can't walk around at night. We can't be alone around places like that. We always have to come either as 2 or 3 or 4 even.
So women don't feel safe here?
No.
And you think that's because of the open
That's
borders?
crazy. The whole world's fucked.
And you as a woman, do you feel safe walking the streets
No.
of Ireland?
No, definitely not. Not anymore. Not anymore. No, definitely not. No.
And why not?
Just the way the crime has gone lately and all the homelessness and everyone sitting around and it's just not safe anymore.
And while I was in Ireland, 2 Romanian migrant gangs got into a fight and a stabbing occurred inside one of their most popular shopping centers. So what do we have going on right here? We got a bunch of people here on the corner.
There we go. Your man there in the black jacket, he's a Romanian pimp. His
Oh, he's a
women are
pimp?
there in through the corner. There they are. There. They come around and sell drugs. They're in the Oilac shopping centre, robbing the place blind. They're coming out selling it. Just 2 days ago, there was a stabbing in here. 2 days ago, two Romanians stabbing each other in the Oilac centre. Unheard of in Ireland. Absolutely unheard of.
So this guy right here on the corner,
he's a pimp. He's a pimp. You'll see them. They all wear flashy
Yeah, and he
clothes, flashy
fucking turned his
jackets.
head as soon as he saw the
They're all
camera and
pimps.
shit.
And now, because they seen the camera, they'll all
As soon as he
they'll
saw
all
the
let it. You
camera,
won't
he
see
turned
them
his
now.
head.
What you're seeing here is not even a quarter of them on this street. Now, in the last couple of months, the Irish have been coming back onto the street, and we've been forcefully removing them because they don't belong here.
The Irish or the government?
The Irish. The Irish people are standing up and coming in and forcefully moving them. As you can see, This is all new. See the flags back up, Ireland flags? All back up on the stalls. They're going to be up all over the street now. They're trying to turn a building here into the corner into an iPass centre.
An iPass Center is an international protection accommodation service and is essentially a migrant shelter where migrants receive everything they need to live, including a free rent and also a free salary of a couple $100 every single week.
This is one of the most historic streets in Ireland, and they're trying to put immigrants onto it.
Really?
Yeah.
They're trying to put the IPAC Center here.
Here, there's one around the corner.
So these women right here, are these Romanian gypsies?
That's there's women there, yeah. There's women. So they go around, see, obviously you know their skirts.
So these women right here, these are
Those
Romanian
are his
gypsies.
prostitutes.
They come around and start stroking. Look at, and that's his
And
thing.
what do they do?
And
here?
they don't like the camera, so look, they all leg it.
What?
They just sit around all day doing nothing, scrounging off the state, getting free money, free accommodation.
Oh, okay, no.
The city blind.
And so the Romanian gypsies get
I
want
wanna
to
see the prostitutes.
and then they're also here robbing and stealing.
They have keys from Dublin Corporation off the bins. They're going around opening up the bins, taking the plastic bottles out, because we have a return scheme here now, which is absolutely ridiculous as well. So it's getting worse and worse and worse, and Ireland is going to implode in the next couple of months if something isn't changed.
So Sean, right here we have a group of gypsies behind us right
Yeah.
now, and they have their pimp, it looks like.
That's every day.
And do you think they'll talk to us if we go over there?
Probably not. They'd run from the camera, but we can give it a
Dude,
try.
those are
Alright, let's go
the
do it.
prostitutes?
How are you guys
What?
doing? Excuse me. Where are you guys from? Where are you guys from?
Want to say a few words?
Yeah.
That's just about the street. So what's going on?
Romania.
Romania. What are you guys doing here today?
No speak English.
No speak English?
No speak. Only when you get money.
They only speak
Speak English when you get money, yeah? I hear you speaking English all the time, you do be. You do be speaking English all the time. What you do be doing is, see here, they're trying to run a business and you just be screaming and shouting and everything. And you're actually turning people away from their business. It's not right what you're doing. Yeah, it's not right what you're doing. They're trying to have, well,
So now she's speaking English.
Their business.
But I'm working.
Yeah. Do you know the language you're speaking? I don't understand your language. It sounds English to me. It sounds English. Are you not speaking English, no? See, there you go. You see, you tell lies as well. Yeah.
So they speak English?
Well, she said she doesn't, but she
Well,
said
they
they're
obviously
speaking
speak
to me.
English.
I don't understand Romanian, but she spoke. No, but they do be here, right, screaming and shouting around these stalls, right, and there's big gangs of them. And then people don't want to buy stuff off the stalls. They're scared, like, because there's pickpocketing going on the whole time. It's ridiculous what goes on.
I
And
wouldn't
where's
want to
the
buy
guards? Where are they?
food
There's no
from a
guards.
food stall
And
with
it's very
prostitutes
obvious to
hanging
see
out
who
at
the
it.
Romanian pimps are, right? There's one man with 4 different women around it, right?
There was a few minutes ago. There was a few of them
Yeah.
sitting there a few minutes
And there's
ago.
another group of them right on that corner right there.
Yeah. Oh, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. That's
Yeah.
why you should call this the
I shouldn't
gypsy
say
street, because that's all it
prostitutes.
is.
But before this was not the gypsy street.
No, this is more street.
This, an Irish vibrant street full of Irish culture, heritage, and now look at it. It's full of Romanians, gypsies, Algerians, anybody but the Irish.
And all the stores are closed.
All the stores, best part of them are closed, and the ones that are open are African phone shops, Chinese phone shops, wig shops, African wig shops. What has that got to do with Irish culture? African wigs, like. You don't need that crap over here, you know what I mean? Them shops are only booming over here.
Well,
because of the
wait.
people that are
You
flooding
can
into the
keep
country.
those
And they're
guys.
going
The
to
African weed
spend
shops,
the
you
free
can keep
money
them.
that you get in the place.
They're
Keep
fine.
their business afloat with Irish
Everyone
business.
else, though.
It's that simple. You see, down there is one of the most historic Irish buildings. But still has bullet holes in the pillars from 1916. And there's an Islamic table outside it. And they're preaching this Islamic. We don't want Muhammad. We don't want Islam. It has no place in Western society. We don't want it. It doesn't go with our cultures. It doesn't go with the way we think, the way we live our lives. It's the complete opposite.
And are these people receiving citizenship once they get into Ireland?
Well, so they say. We've no proof of it yet. But they are coming in. If they come into the country, they're getting put into these iPass centres for maybe 2-3 months. They're going out and then they're getting all the documentation. But how are they getting into the country without documentation? Everybody's meant to be vetted coming in. But sure, your man who who kidnapped that girl there the other day, he was only in the country 2 days. He's 19 previous convictions in the UK.
No, that's insane.
Because I'm pretty sure we don't let murderers and rapists and kidnappers
19
into the country.
convictions,
So how did he get into
and
the
they
country?
still let the guy in the
Why has
country.
there not been more stringent border control? Why are we not just locking the place down?
So how are hundreds of thousands of people coming into Ireland? First, for an illegal immigrant to enter into Ireland, they have to pass through all of Europe, and then they typically go from Scotland on a boat or ferry into Northern Ireland, which is a completely different country than Ireland, and then from Northern Ireland, they get on a taxi or on a bus
what?
or in their own car to the border of Ireland, and they cross into the country from
Wait,
there.
bro, what in
This
the
is what border
what
protection
in the
looks like in
AI
Ireland.
was that, dude? Yeah, there was AI in the bottom right. What was
On a boat or
that?
ferry into Northern
In the bottom
Ireland,
right, it says AI video.
country than Ireland, and then from Northern Ireland, they
Bro,
get
this
on a
car just
taxi
turned
or
into
on
the
a
boat
bus
just turned
in
into
their
a
own
car.
to the border of Ireland, and they cross into the country from there. This is what the border protection looks like in Ireland.
Anyways.
There's absolutely no border patrol, and if I want to go into Northern Ireland, I do not need my passport, my identification, anything like that. I can literally step right on here, and I am here. And
I guess no one cares.
Because of an agreement made called the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, it ensured that there would be an open border between Northern Ireland and Ireland, so people can flow right through here without even getting checked, no customs whatsoever. Anybody can come into Ireland from Northern Ireland. Do you think there should be a border patrol or? No.
There used to be customs and there used to be border posts.
There used to be customs,
Yeah.
but now there's not.
No.
Anybody can come through the border in Ireland. Say you were a migrant fleeing a country like, let's say, Syria, and you make it to the United Kingdom, you can go to Northern Ireland, and
it all depends which way you go. It is possible.
then you can just make your way right into Ireland without getting checked.
Yeah, well, you can see this road here, there's no checks on this.
Do you find it strange that there's no border patrol here at the border?
It's been like that so long, no.
And now, do you think there should be a border patrol here, or do you think times have changed, and would you like to see a border patrol here now?
No, Ireland's should be, it's an island and it shouldn't really be divided.
And do you think it was intended for the borders to be welcoming to anybody?
It was just open for people so that you can go from north to south.
Now, do you think it's kind of concerning now that Ireland is receiving a lot of illegal migrants? Do you think that is concerning, that anybody can come through the border?
No, I think that's an issue that every country has. I don't. It doesn't make
This lady
Canada
just seems so
different. It is just
fucking
an issue.
nonchalant and doesn't care about anything.
When they made the Good Friday Agreement, do you think they intended it for just Northern Islanders and Ireland to go through, or do you think they knew that it would eventually become an open door for the entire world to come into Ireland?
I think it was more about trying to bring peace in Northern Ireland. It wasn't about borders or immigrants or anything.
Well, back then there
It
was no
just
problem. We're talking about
about
30
trying
years
to
ago
put a
almost.
stop to people
Yes,
losing
30
their
years
lives.
ago.
And now the border is just kind of getting abused as time has gone on.
Yeah.
And just to make sure that there is actually no border patrol here in Ireland, we're coming across another border entry port. We're going into Northern Ireland right now, and there is no border patrol. And we just entered right into Northern Ireland. Nobody checks for our passports. Nobody checks for our documentations. Anybody can go in and out of Ireland to Northern Ireland, completely different countries, without even being checked. We headed to Belfast as people from Ireland and North Ireland had joined together in a protest over mass migration. And right now here in Belfast, you have two groups of protesters. You have a group of people that are anti-mass immigration, and then right here you have another group of people that are for immigration, and they have signs that say, "Fascists scum out, refugees welcome" here. And in between them, you have the police making sure that they do not collide. It's a little interesting.
This is
Let's see what
crazy.
happens here in Belfast. Who's considered the fascist scum here?
So the far right scum are, well, people who are very vehemently anti-immigration, anti-LGBT, and just, oppressive of people's rights. And
if somebody is anti-mass immigration, does that make them a far-right Nazi? How has mass immigration affected Ireland?
Streets are unsafe. Usually look forward to your kids going out weekends. Maybe.
I mean, how can that one guy say, yeah, this is all great when they're allowing people with 19 convictions to come in and then they kidnap some child in 2 days once they come in? How is that okay? That's not okay.
Not now. No child is
There's
safe
got to
to
be
walk the
something
streets in Ireland now.
to
For
stop
the first
this.
time in living memory, we have priests in Donegal telling the congregation not to walk out at night time if you're a girl or if you're a woman. It is unsafe. We have women being raped in rural towns in Ireland. We have gang rapes happen here in Ireland. We have Palestinian men here who land in the Belfast and 3 weeks later think they can 15-year-old kids from West Belfast. This is what's happened with immigration here in Ireland. It's not what the world's being told. They are not refugees. The Irish government themselves has said 87% of these people are economic migrants. We know people are landing here without passports because most of them are in jail now. We have criminals in the jail now from Sierra Leone who are wanted for mass murder, cannibalism and rape. So let's speak about immigration. Let's speak about immigration. Let's speak about the crime wave.
You're a wanted murderer? Just go to Ireland, fake a new identity. You'll be fine.
In Ireland. And you'll know
Hey,
why
don't
we're
worry
here.
about
We're here
it.
because we're anti-black, blue, green, whatever colour you like. We're here because of the crime wave in Ireland. That's the only reason why we're here.
We were just talking to the people on the other side of the protest, and your guys' sign says migrants welcome, racists out. What makes you guys against stopping mass migration here in Ireland and Northern Ireland?
I think we're just supporting migration at this point. Like, you know, we're supporting policies where rather than blaming people who didn't cause a crisis, we're trying to support people. And that means jobs, houses, homes, communities, people working together. Those people on the other side are not doing that there. What they're doing is scapegoat people.
Yeah, so what do you think about the other protesters on that side that are protesting against mass migration? What do you think about them?
I think they're blaming the wrong people. They are blaming people who are victims of crisis, not the cause of it.
And do you think Ireland should be worried about receiving so many immigrants into the country over the past 4 years?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not your problem.
It's a tiny percentage. It's being made into this huge thing that it isn't, and they're doing it deliberately at a time when there's an economic crisis, so they can distract from what they want to do, which is slash jobs, put housing into the private sector, so it's run for profit, not for social need. And by doing that then they have to blame somebody. They're not blaming the right people, and that's the problem.
Will you vote for Conor McGregor?
Yes.
And what makes you want to vote for Conor McGregor?
Conor McGregor's running for what? Do they have a president in
He
Ireland?
may not like the messenger, but he speaks the truth.
And do you currently trust the current government of Ireland?
No. All these governments are corrupt.
When Conor McGregor went to the White House, he directly called out the current government for the current state of affairs in Ireland. Listen to what he says, and then wait for the immediate political attacks that happen right after from the Irish government coming after Conor McGregor.
It's high time that America is made aware of what is going on in Ireland. What is going on in Ireland is a travesty. Our government is the government of zero action with zero accountability. You know, our money is being spent on overseas issues that has nothing to do with the Irish people. The illegal immigration racket is running ravage on the country. There are rural towns in Ireland that have been overrun in one swoop, that have become a minority in one swoop. You know, Ireland is at the cusp of, you know, potentially losing its Irishness. And I'm here to raise the issue and highlight it.
And immediately after, the Prime Minister of Ireland took to Twitter and said Conor McGregor's remarks are wrong and do not reflect the spirit of St. Patrick's Day or the views of the people of Ireland. And then in McGregor style, Conor McGregor announced that he would be running to become the next president of Ireland. And right after
that's
that,
sick.
new allegations and new lawsuits came against him to try and charge him for the riots that occurred in 2023.
No way.
Does this not sound familiar to what they tried to do to Donald Trump when January 6th happened? They then dropped those claims because they realized they could not charge him for a few tweets. However, I wanted to see if it was actually true that some of these small communities are getting ravaged by illegal immigration, to see if Irish men and women are being replaced by migrants coming into the country.
We have moved outside of Dublin. We are in Bellahadreen. This is a small community way outside of Dublin. They're saying these small communities are now being imposed to receive these migrants, even though people are not voting for them. In a town outside of Ireland, 93% of the population voted not to receive more migrants. However, the country still sent in migrants, and at that time, the population of that town was 95% Irish. Now it is just 35% Irish. We're gonna see what
No
it's like inside
way.
this town of Bellahadreen. You're a resident here in Bellahadreen. Is it true that you guys have been replaced?
Oh yeah, the town is full of immigrants, so it is.
And where are they from, these migrants?
Well, years and years ago we took in asylum seekers from Syria up in the hotel, and now it seems to be Roma gypsies that are a lot here, and Czechoslovakian gypsies as well.
Did you guys have any say in whether or not you wanted to accept the Syrian refugees at the beginning?
No, there was no real say.
So the government just came and brought all these people here, and you guys had to deal with it?
More or less, yeah. Just plough them in there and that's it.
How long have you been here in Ireland for?
9 months ago.
9 months. What country
Why are they bringing these people in,
I
though?
come from Jordan, but I'm from Syria.
And
Yeah.
how are you being received here in Ireland?
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice for me because I come in from Jordan and from Syria before.
I mean, this seems like a nice guy, though.
You know, there everything not good.
What makes so many migrants want to come here to Ireland?
How I come to Ireland?
Yeah.
From UN.
And how come you wanted to come to Ireland?
I ask, okay, when call me somebody from UN, he tell me, can you go to Sweden, to Germany, to 5 countries maybe. But I know my friends here in Ireland, very good everything in Ireland. I'm Muslim, here no problem. Here no having same another country. You Arabic, not Irish. Okay. I live here with everyone.
Where do you live? Do you have house or do you stay in the hotel?
No, I'm in Iraq Center now, but maybe after 1 month I'll go to a new home from County Council.
Okay, so does Ireland give you any money every month?
Yeah,
How much money do they give you?
every month. Every week, I'm married. I have 3 daughters, my children. I take same €500 in 1 week.
So every week the Ireland government gives you $500.
Yeah.
And you, where are you from?
Sorry, I don't speak English.
He coming with me.
How many people came with you to Ireland?
For me, 100%.
How many
What?
family or friends came with you to Ireland?
With me coming, no, 9. 9. 9.
9 people came with you to here to
His
Ireland.
family.
9 families, but after me coming...
9 families?
Also maybe 30 families from
30
Jordan.
30 families?
Oh, 30 more families. How did you get here to Ireland? Did you come through Belfast from
No,
Northern Ireland?
no. I come direct from Jordan to here.
How long do you plan to stay in Ireland?
I want forever.
As long as they let me.
Forever.
I'm Irish now.
So you and the 30 other families that came in here plan to stay forever?
Maybe. I'm not sure. For me, I tell you. I want to stay here forever with my family.
What country are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
And how long have you been here?
It's been close to 2 years I've been here.
And you personally, do you feel like Bella Hadreen has been replaced by Syrian immigrants, by migrants that came in here?
People have been welcomed into the town, but they have come from troubled areas of the world. So we're kind of a Christian country. So if you're hungry, we'll feed you. It's as simple as that.
And do you feel like the people are assimilating well into your society?
I don't know, because I don't speak their languages or that. We mix and we don't mix, but, you know.
Do you see any problems with the open borders here in Ireland?
Well, Irish people have travelled all over the world, and they have been welcomed. So I would expect people that have come to the country...
Man, this guy is so chill.
...treated similarly.
And how have the refugees impacted the city here?
Hasn't been a benefit.
And in what ways has it not been a benefit?
Crime has gone up. But you can't blame it all on the refugees, but, you know, things that happen.
And were they initially brought here with the plans of them going back to their country?
Well, Syria is now supposed to be free of Assad, but whether they want to go back... No, once they got life over here, they won't want to go back anyway.
Would you vote for Conor McGregor?
Well, that cage fire. No way, Jose. He's nothing but a thug.
And do you agree with what he said at the White House?
I don't know what he said at the White House.
Hey, he said immigration's running ravage across Ireland and there's entire towns that are being wiped away from migrants.
Yeah, but I agree with that immigration thing. But certain towns are lucky and certain towns are unlucky. Like this town's unlucky.
So there's truth to what he was saying.
There's a little bit of truth in what he's saying. But then again, it's across Europe.
Now, the European Union has passed the EU Migration Pact, a reform that changes the way Europe handles immigration. This pact enforces member countries to share the responsibility for migrants. Whether they like it or not, countries must either take in asylum seekers or pay to send them to some other country. Decisions that used to be made by nations are now dictated by the EU, essentially erasing national control over borders, and this concerns many Irish people, and Conor McGregor has said if he becomes president, he will oppose this bill preventing Ireland from receiving more migrants. What do you guys think about this pact? Are they just trying to create a one-country system in the EU? The future of Ireland is looking very uncertain as this dangerous migrant crisis continues, and I would like to personally have the chance to speak with Conor McGregor and to talk to him about his plans and his strategy to become the next president of Ireland. Let's make this happen. I will travel to you, Conor McGregor. Give me a time and place, and I will be there. Give this video a like and subscribe to the channel, and comment, do the interview, McGregor, if you want to see this happen. This is Nick, and I will see you next video.
Well, I'm gonna like the video because I want to see
Hillbillies,
him meet
inbreds,
McGregor.
drugs.
It's not but the word.
Direct is way too long. Wasn't there just a direct the other day? This is just the Switch 2.
Let's go!
I never played a lot of Mario Kart. That's cool though. Imagine competitive Mario Kart players. Looks pretty good. Tell me about the freaking thing. I have an original Switch from
Hello,
release day.
I'm
Original
Koichi
day
Kawamoto,
one release Switch.
And I'll be one of your guides for today's Nintendo Direct. I'm the producer for Nintendo Switch 2.
I'm Takuhiro Dota, the director for Nintendo Switch 2. And I'm Tetsuya Sasaki, the hardware design lead for Nintendo Switch 2.
What you just saw was Mario Kart World, launching exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2.
So like,
Now, what do you think this brand new
do I
Mario
need
Kart
to
game
buy
will
a
be like?
Switch 2 or can I still play regular? Can I still play with my regular Switch?
A brand new entry in the Mario Kart series is launching exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Welcome to this vast world. Kart races are held throughout various regions that span the globe. Depending on the time of day and weather conditions, the atmosphere will change.
Wow, it's 2025. They did changing weather.
And in this Mario Kart game, you can go off the racetrack and drive virtually everywhere in this world.
That's pretty cool.
In the classic Grand Prix, race through 4 courses in a bid for first place. But don't sleep at the wheel. You'll also drive to the next course as part of the competition. With 24 drivers in
That's
each
cool.
race, the most in series history, the competition is gearing up. Introducing Knockout Tour. Race non-stop from one corner of the world to another.
It's like a marathon.
There are multiple checkpoints along the way. If you're below the placement shown when you hit a checkpoint, you'll be eliminated. Can you make it all the way to the finish line? You can also freely drive around this vast world in free roam. By going off-road, you can explore new areas and routes.
I'll have to get the Switch
So
for
drive
Fire
wherever your
Emblem.
heart takes you.
But like, can I play the new Fire Emblem on my regular
also
Switch?
go
There is
for
no new
scenic
Fire
drives
Emblem. It
with
doesn't
friends.
exist.
and even take photos together at different locations.
They haven't told me anything about it.
A brand new race across the entire world starts here. Mario Kart World! The game launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. More details about this title will be shared in an upcoming Mario Kart World Direct, so be on the lookout for more information in the future.
Mario Kart World launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. We'll share more details in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it.
Next, we'd like to introduce some of the new features of Nintendo Switch 2. These are the Joy-Con 2 controllers for Switch 2. And on the right Joy-Con 2, we've added a new C button. Let's take a look at some new experiences it offers.
What could the C button do?
I'm still ahead of all of you guys. Woo! That was me. That was you? So quick. Oh, no!
Why would I?
Wait, no.
Like it's Discord. Looks like Discord. But why would I want to take away my area away from my screen just to put those names there? Look at that at the bottom.
Hi, missed you.
With this
They could be
feature,
little bubbles.
You'll be able to communicate with friends and family while playing a game.
Should we follow you? Yeah?
Yeah, follow.
Okay.
Off for an adventure.
While using the game chat feature, your voice is recognized by a microphone built into the system.
Oh, okay. But you're still behind me, right? All right, let's keep going. Okay. So
It can pick up your speaking voice clearly, even from a distance.
look at this. Jump on here. All right, let's keep going. It's coming. Let's make a left right here. Let's make a.
When it's noisy around you, your voice will still come through clearly, letting you chat with ease.
Built-in microphone. I guess that's cool. Objection!
And you can use this feature in handheld mode too, letting you easily chat with friends and family. If you open the chat menu and turn on game screen sharing,
It's literally Discord.
There we go. There we go.
And you
also
can
share
see
your
how
game
laggy
screen.
this shit is
Did
in
you
the
see
bottom.
someone just like go on top of that dinosaur?
Really? They can do that?
Can do it?
You guys, I just did it.
I want to do it too.
Oh shoot!
You can do that?
Oh, he's trying to eat me. He's trying to eat me.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
Oh no!
Okay. You can chat to your heart's content, even while playing different games.
Yeah, I know that one. It's so hard, right? It's tough.
Oh wow! I'm like in the sky right here. I'm like, I fell. I'm falling. Okay, we got it. We're safe. We're safe.
Kirby, look, you're on a star. That's so cute. So cute.
You can adjust the size of your game screen.
Okay.
Guys, I'm lost. Like,
where'd you go?
Or expand another friend's game screen.
That's pretty cool.
Above that.
For a console. Again, it's just Discord on your
It's just like the
freaking
wall. Like if she gets past the wall.
This is where I have to do a little wall ride.
On your.
So everyone
Switch.
can watch them play.
Oh, I think I know where you are. Wait. Okay, I think we have to try.
And the 5 FPS is just stupid. It's
Let's take a picture
insane.
Okay, are you ready?
Smile.
Make my eyes bleed.
Yo, that's sick.
I like your pose, Meeks. On the right Joy-Con 2 controller, there's an additional button. With the C button, you can pull up a chat menu.
You can keep it.
Oh dang.
Oh, really? Wait, actually, guys, I got a call coming right now, so I'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay. For sure.
Here, you can quickly and easily mute yourself and more. And there's this. By connecting this camera to the system.
Camera's gonna be $80.
Hey!
Hey, what's up?
Oh my gosh, the camera's so bad.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Give me $80.
You can appear on screen and video chat while playing a game.
Your face is on here.
Wait, Nick, how was your test
Just get a fucking computer.
No.
Here's how it looks with just the camera feed.
There you go. I bet you like that.
Can you wait for me?
Please look forward to games which use your camera feed like this.
That's kind of cool, though.
Yeah, that looks good.
I like that.
Left.
Wait, if I go a little more this way.
Using game chat. Even when you're apart, you can play
Quality.
games and hang out as if you were together in the same room. Play together or compete in online multiplayer games.
Just don't look at the
Chat
bottom
while playing your
speed.
personal favorites. Decide your own rules for a retro game competition. Or hold a sports competition between families. All together, anytime, anywhere. Game chat.
What did you think? In developing game chat,
Xbox 360 had this in 2008, just no camera. It took Nintendo 17 years to add a camera.
chat. Our goal was for you to enjoy playing online with others more closely, including family and friends. Almost as if you're all playing together in the same place. The camera you saw in the trailer is the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, which will be available on the same day
I
as
wanted
Switch
to
2.
say $79.99.
A Nintendo Switch Online membership will be required to use Game Chat. However, since we'd like as many people as possible to experience Game Chat, it will be available without a membership for a limited time. We hope you'll try it out. Additionally, Game Chat supports the Nintendo Switch parental
March
controls app,
2026.
and different settings can be adjusted. For example, whether parental permission is always required when a child wants to use Game Chat to play with their friends.
We'd like to introduce another new experience you can share with family and friends.
Bring us your videos, Draft, if anyone's got anything for us to watch.
One game, you can pass a Joy-Con controller to a friend and play
We've
together.
been doing that for
But
since
on
Switch came
Nintendo
out.
Switch 2, you can play together locally on multiple systems using just one game with Game Share. As
Okay.
shown here, even games that require multiple screens can be played if one person owns a compatible game.
Double the pixels compared to Switch, you can enjoy games in greater detail on the 1080p screen.
16 times the detail?
The screen supports up to 120 frames per second, allowing for smoother gameplay in supported titles. The LCD screen is more vivid and supports HDR, providing more contrast between light and dark areas of the images. The all-new Joy-Con 2 controllers connect magnetically. Strong magnets
It's
keep
cool
the
how they
controllers
go in.
firmly attached to the system. Detach your controller easily by pressing the release button on the back. The SL and SR buttons are bigger for greater comfort and control when playing with a Joy-Con 2 held horizontally. The left and right sticks are now larger.
Mouse controls, what?
Each Joy-Con 2 controller can be used as a mouse to play with compatible games. Both
That's
the left
kinda
and
cool.
right Joy-Con 2 support mouse controls. By adjusting the audio balance between the ranges, sounds from the built-in speakers are clearer and more natural in handheld and tabletop modes.
Okay.
It has a built-in microphone, so you can voice chat with friends.
That mic has gotta be
anytime via
garbage.
Game chat. It also uses noise-canceling technology to filter sounds, so your voice will come through clearly.
So does the $10 headphones at Walmart.
Even if you don't have a surround sound system, games can be enjoyed with more immersive, three-dimensional sound, as if it were coming from all around you. Place your Nintendo Switch 2 however you like with a large, sturdy stand. You can move it freely, like this. In addition to the USB-C port found on the bottom of the system, there's one on top as well.
For what?
It's handy for connecting
Oh,
a
for the-
USB-C camera
For your $80 camera.
or charging in tabletop mode.
Okay.
Nintendo Switch 2 comes with 256 gigabytes of internal storage, 8 times that of Nintendo Switch, for storing your game downloads, save data, and more. Reading and writing data is also faster. Use the Nintendo Switch 2 dock to connect to your TV and enable up to 4K resolution for compatible games. HDR is also supported in TV mode. The Nintendo Switch 2 dock has a built-in fan that keeps your system cool. This helps keep
Good thing they did
performance
that.
stable.
When the first Switches came out, they were like burning themselves out. I'm lucky mine didn't burn itself out, but I didn't play it that
On
much, I
Nintendo
guess.
Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch
Or
2
maybe
games,
it depends where you put it.
as well as
The
compatible
space
Nintendo
you put
Switch
it in.
games. Physical and digital games are supported.
As you just saw, Nintendo Switch 2 isn't simply an improved Nintendo Switch. We redesigned the system from the ground up and packed in lots of new
Well, no, I
gameplay
don't want to
features.
sell mine because the original day one Switches are easier to hack, and they actually sell for more, like maybe a few $100s, not just $100. I don't know if it's still like that.
And to help players better understand the Switch 2 hardware, we're currently developing this game. Mr. Kawamoto!
Hello. My current location is actually inside the game itself.
Bro.
This is Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, exclusive to Nintendo.
If I really wanted to and I found the right buyer, I might be able to sell my original day one Switch for enough to get a Switch 2, but I don't even really want to sell it. Maybe. Oh, we were that low.
Switch 2. I'm standing over here. Okay, everyone, join me inside the game.
Dude, what is this?
There are a lot of question mark icons here. Let's examine them. This sign reads, "Where are the magnets?"
This isn't a game.
The Joy-Con 2 controllers attach to the system with magnets. And those magnets are inside the system.
Has been added. We've introduced a few new features, and after today's presentation, the official Nintendo Switch 2 website will go live. There will also be which launches Game Chat, and on the back there are new GL
what
and
did this
GR
say?
buttons, which you can use to assign existing button controls. In addition, an audio jack has been added. We've introduced a few new features, and after today's presentation, the official Nintendo Switch 2 website will go live. There will also be an Ask the Developer article on the website, where the three of us will talk about the development of Nintendo.
I think it's cool they at least gave you the audio jack
Ask the Developer. The
on the
official
headphone or on
We've
the controller.
addition,
You got the audio
an
jack?
audio jack.
Because back in the day, they used to make you buy their own headset with the microphone. And the Xbox headset, it was made out of this flimsy plastic. You could just bend it, and you would sit on it or step on it. I don't know. I can't tell you how many times you would like have like a broken mic and be talking into it, or like holding it up, or you would tape the microphone to a helmet or so. I've seen it. I've seen some crazy shit.
Has been added. We've introduced a few new features, and after today's presentation, the official Nintendo Switch 2 website will go live.
Let's show you a picture of it. These were like $15. Oh, you can get one for $1? That's crazy. They're on sale. 81% off. These things were made out of the most flimsy plastic you can imagine. We're just going pew.
There will also be an Ask the Developer article on the website, where the three of us will talk about the development of Nintendo Switch 2. We hope you'll check that out as well.
And now, the Nintendo Switch 2 launch date.
I was just gonna guess. I think it's gonna be in September.
Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th.
June 5th. Oh.
We're very much looking forward to the day when you all get to experience.
The first one launched. I think it was April, March or April. I just assumed they were gonna be before the holidays.
So please wait just a bit longer.
Now, broadly speaking, on Nintendo Switch 2, you can play 3 types of games. The first type is Nintendo Switch 2 games. These games take advantage of the performance and features of Switch 2. The second type is compatible games that were released on Nintendo Switch.
I see Fire Emblem Engage in the top right corner. I'm honored that they're on there.
Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games are the third type.
2 Edition.
Some games that were released on Switch will receive upgraded versions that offer things like improved visuals, unique ways to play on Switch 2, and more.
That's been a thing forever.
Now, I'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition of Super Mario Party Jamboree.
I don't care.
Please take a look.
You're not going to tell me about a new Fire Emblem game. You're useless to me.
Super Mario Party Jamboree is getting an upgrade on
and also support HDR, which makes the image more vibrant, so you can play with smoother.
I haven't played Tears of the
graphics.
Kingdom yet. Missing
Plus,
something?
You can get even more out of your adventures in Hyrule using Zelda Notes. This new feature can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch app on smart devices. It's a game-specific service that's exclusive to
Breath
the
of
Switch
the
2
Wild.
editions of these titles.
Wait, yeah, I played Breath of the Wild.
For example, it can help guide you to various locations, like
Wait, is that a
shrines and
phone
forts you
in the
haven't
game?
found yet.
Guidance activating. Proceed north.
What happened to immersion? What is that?
Exclusive on smart device. This new feature can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch app on smart devices. It's a game-specific service that's exclusive to the Switch 2 editions of these titles.
Okay.
For example, it can help guide you to various locations, like shrines and Koroks you haven't found yet.
Guidance activating. Proceed
That's
north.
just the demo phone? Oh, that's
You can share your
Tears of the
creations
Kingdom.
using QR codes and send them to another player to create in their game.
I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom. I only played Breath of the Wild.
We hope these features will make your adventures even more enjoyable. In Kirby and the Forgotten Land, you'll be able to enjoy an additional story exclusive to the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, along with improved graphics and frame rates.
Honestly, the way they're selling the Switch 2 is better than the release of the Switch 1. There wasn't that many great games on the release. It was Breath of the Wild. That's all you played on the release of the Switch.
We hope you're looking forward to Kirby's new adventure. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond will have both a Nintendo Switch and a Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
Okay. So that answered my question. You don't have to trade in your Switch right away. You don't have to sell your Switch. You can still use it for now. We'll see. There'll be Switch and Switch 2 versions.
Mouse controls for intuitive gameplay on Switch 2. Plus, you can explore the immersive world in 4K at 60 frames per second, or enjoy smoother action in Full HD at 120 frames per second. Choose from these two modes, both of which support HDR, based on your preference and playstyle. Plus, Pokémon Legends ZA, which is scheduled to launch later this year, will not only receive a Nintendo Switch version, but a Nintendo Switch 2 edition as well. By taking advantage of the power of Switch 2, you can enjoy your adventure in Lumio City with enhanced resolution and frame rates.
Yeah, I probably won't care.
The Nintendo Switch 2 edition games you just saw will be available as both physical and digital versions. And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version,
I was gonna say,
you can play the Nintendo Switch 2 edition by purchasing an upgrade pack.
You have to pay for the upgrade. Xbox just gives you the upgrade.
Next, I'd like to introduce a brand new game featuring mouse controls with the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Please take a look.
Dude, what is this? It's kind of crazy. It's cool that they're doing this, though, to represent people in wheelchairs. That's pretty cool. What? Wait, you can get Elden Ring on the Switch?
This world is in dire need.
Is this new? Cue the music, we're going back.
The rays of grace that guide you through your burden. I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord. May you take the throne.
Tarnished edition.
Hey, I'm Greg Kasavin from Supergiant Games, here to say that Hades 2 is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Our first ever sequel introduces the Princess of the Dead, an immortal witch out to vanquish the sinister titan of time.
Our first time we've ever had a game do good enough to deserve a second
getting to
version.
know dozens of characters from Greek myth in a story that reacts to your every setback and victory. It's the kind of game you can quickly pick up and play whether you're experienced with the original or not. Look for more about Hades 2 later this year.
What is this? Well, Skate is coming out, so you don't have to worry about all this stuff. You're a little late. Oh my god, Skyrim re-release? No. No. Todd Howard, no, you can't. You can't do it again. Skyrim re-released on the Switch 2? You can't do it. What's the guy sweating? And he's like... and he's sweating. He's trying to not do something. It's Todd Howard trying to not re-release Skyrim again.
Hello, this is Christian Elverdam from IO Interactive. We are bringing our flagship title, Hitman World of Assassination, to Nintendo Switch 2.
If it's not Fire Emblem, we don't care.
Is reborn.
Bravely Default returns, remastered in high
What is
definition. Featuring the Brave and Default commands that help you control the flow of turn-based battles. Change and customize jobs to build out your very own party.
Yeah, I'm
Enjoy your adventure with upgraded features and enhancements. And
Hyrule Warriors.
We'll have more games to show from our publishing and development partners, but for now, we'd like to show a game.
I heard leaks about this.
Nintendo GameCube, originally released in 2001. Here are the titles that will be available at launch. A Legend of Zelda game that looks like a
Wind
cartoon
Waker's
come to
great.
life through cell shading. Controlling the wind using a mysterious baton, Link sets sail on an adventure across the Great Sea. The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords eternally retold. In this 3D, weapons-based fighting game, each fighter comes equipped with a different weapon, and Link from the Legend of Zelda series enters the fray. Soul Calibur 2. Experience a world of white-knuckle racing at speeds over 2,000 kilometers per hour. 30 machines will put it all on the line in death-defying races.
That doesn't look like
Featuring
2,000
the series'
kilometers
first
an hour.
machine customization and story mode, get ready to experience F-Zero GX. In games that support multiplayer, up to 4 can play together locally or online. Enjoy these classic games with clearer image quality and higher resolution than the original releases.
Wind Waker's a classic now? Yeah.
You can also check the controls for each title and customize them to your liking. More titles will be added in the future.
Path of Radiance, I was gonna say you gotta fucking do that because this game costs $400 or $300 now. Wait, is that day? I don't know. Is that like will be added later, or is that what's also?
More titles will be added in the future.
Okay. Do I need a Switch 2 to do that? You weren't very clear about this.
Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classics, the Switch 2 exclusive game library coming to Nintendo Switch Online.
Oh, you fucking
launches
assholes.
the same day as the hardware.
You're telling me you can't run that shit on a Switch?
And a dedicated controller
my
designed after
God.
the original GameCube controller will also be released. It can connect wirelessly and also has a C button to quickly access game chat.
Flagship Borderlands game will launch on Nintendo Switch 2.
That's crazy.
Borderlands is back. Loot and shoot your way through a world filled with wild enemies and outrageous weapons. We're still in development, and it's already the most ambitious Borderlands game we've ever made. Borderlands 4 will launch in 2025. We'll be sharing a lot of the game in the months ahead, and there's more from 2K
It launches
on the way.
exclusively on
I'm Dennis
the
Shirk from Firaxis Games.
Switch?
We're releasing a Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Sid Meier's Civilization 7. In Civ 7, you'll establish an empire and guide your people throughout the ages of history. With the new mouse controls, players can enjoy a more intuitive gameplay experience. Civ 7 launches on the same day as Switch 2. And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version, you can experience mouse controls on Switch 2 by purchasing the upgrade. And we have even more news from 2K.
Hi, I'm Lionel Jinks.
And I'm Ben Bishop.
Our final announcement for today is that WWE 2K is coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Plus NBA 2K as well.
We can't wait to see you in the ring.
And on the court.
4 kids find this old tattered man.
My blood. I give you my life. Turn, O wheel, and transport him.
What the hell
to a
is this?
night
of moonlight to humanity's very dusk.
I was gonna say this is from software game. Gotta be. What is this? Is this not Bloodborne 2? This is Bloodborne. This is not Bloodborne 2. No shit.
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the soon to depart.
I pray that you are able, carrier of blood.
That's the guy from Elden Ring. Is this gonna be PvP?
Tears will flow for one, and one alone.
I'm thinking like team PvP. The Dusk Blood. You need to tell me more about that. Yeah.
What you just saw was a brand new game by From Software. We'll be publishing a creator's voice article where the game's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, will share more details about the game, so please check it out when it's available. That's all from our publishing and development partners. We'd like to thank the developers who
They
appeared
saved the
today,
best for last.
as well as our publishing and development partners who prepared footage for this presentation. In addition to what you saw today, our partners are working on many games coming to Nintendo Switch 2. We'll showcase more games in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it. Next,
How
please
much
take a
could
look
this
at
thing be? $350? I wouldn't get one on release. It's more than $350? That's weird. I don't care about Air Riders. Actually, so it's not the best for last Donkey Kong.
with incredible strength, smash through enemies, walls, the ground, and just about everything as you demolish your way through a massive underground world. More details
Yeah, I don't
will be
know if
shared
I
in the
care
future.
about the release
We hope
date
you're looking
games
forward
to
it.
worry about.
Thank you
that.
for watching so far.
To recap, Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th. Finally, here are the hardware options that will be available at launch. We'll release Nintendo Switch 2 as well as
That's
a bundle that includes
$700.
a digital version of Mario Kart World. For more details, please check the official Nintendo Switch 2 website, which goes live later today.
We've covered a lot of information, but that's all we have to share for today.
You'll have to wait just a bit longer for launch. We are very much looking forward to everyone being able to experience Nintendo Switch 2.
Wait, what? I was kidding when I said $700. $449.99. Kind of a lot, bro. Are they already sold out? How to buy? Yeah, I ain't gonna do it. What's... I know we just watched it, but what's the day one stuff? Borderlands? I wouldn't get it on day. I wouldn't get it on release. Unless you're a competitive Mario Kart player.
We appreciate you joining us today. Thank you very much.
Join us. Oh, the camera's only $50. A shitty camera for $50. Should have made it better. Oh, Draft gave us a video. Bro, this is freaking an hour-and-a-half video. What the fuck?
I can't access the internet. My banking, Apple Maps, nothing.
Well, brother, we are just deep in the slums, cuz.
It was just him and his missus and their baby. Just, they were full meticulously sifting through garbage for ages, bro. And then they shared a feed out of the bin, bro.
As of December 2024, there are 8 nations in the world under a military dictatorship. One of those nations, possibly the least spoken about civil war on earth, is Myanmar, formerly known as Burma. Myanmar is a small Southeast Asian nation that shares borders with countries like China and Thailand, that in 2001 had suffered a military coup, and until this present day, the military still run the nation. It is literally a war between the military dictatorship and the nation. Myanmar is listed on Smart Traveller as one of the world's 20 no-travel destinations, a level 4.
It does not sound like a place that I would want to go.
Or no travel warning. It suffers internal conflicts, widespread civil unrest, and significant human rights violations. Well, that's
Someone gave us a video. A Draft gave us a video. It's an hour and a half. I'm
the
not gonna
allegation
watch this whole thing.
So I went there to see what life is like under a military dictatorship.
Sliver, what is going on? We need a shorter video.
Welcome to Myanmar, lad.
No. It was. This guy's vlogging.
This is my view.
This guy's vlogging in third world countries. I'm sorry, but I don't live there. Not my problem. We got enough problems here in America. We're gonna have to put a half an hour time limit on the videos that get submitted. Come on, YouTube, give us something good.
Grocers and food retailers are preparing for a fresh round of new tariffs. In 2024, the U.S. imported more than $200 billion worth of agricultural products. According to the USDA, a large portion of those imports were fresh fruits or vegetables.
Where do pistachios come from?
They can't be easily produced in the U.S. That leaves sellers with little alternatives to higher tariffed goods. Joining me now is Abhi Ramesh, CEO of Misfits Market. It's an online grocery
California,
store that
they're
offers
fine.
sustainably sourced groceries.
We're good.
With a focus on rescuing food that might otherwise go to waste. Abhi, thanks for being here. So obviously, you guys are watching this very closely. How are you guys preparing for this, and what part of your assortment could be affected by these tariffs?
Yes, so we've been doing preparation work for the tariffs on produce specifically for a couple of months now. Obviously, it's been whether or not they're going to go in effect has been changing every other week. So there's been a little bit of whiplash, but a lot of it has been doing some planning with our vendors, with our freight providers, and coming up with kind of a pricing strategy internally as well. Today, at Misfits, we offer north of 1,000 different items in our catalog. It's probably around 40 of them that will be impacted directly by tariffs for Canada and Mexico. Now, these are also 40 of the highest velocity, most popular items, probably.
Okay.
So when you think about produce, a lot of the avocados, probably close to 90% of the limes that we sell in the United States, bell peppers, tomatoes, those are all items that, at least for this time of the year, are coming largely from Mexico. So those will be items.
Tomatoes does go into pizza, so that could affect me.
That will be mostly impacted. So we've been doing a lot of prep work on pricing strategy.
But tomatoes sauce is not an expensive part of pizza. The most expensive part of pizza is the cheese.
And working with our vendors as well.
And how about alternative supply chains? I was reading earlier this week in the Wall Street Journal about Chipotle trying to find other supply chains for avocados, for example. But the problem is that we in the U.S. like Hass avocados, and there aren't that many countries that grow them at this point. So have you been trying to diversify at all? And if so, have you run into some of those kinds of hurdles?
It's a great question. So we generally source in the U.S. When we can for most of our commodities. And so our team's done an excellent job of diversifying the supply chain and focusing on local growers over the past couple of years. The reality of the situation, though, which I'm not, which we've been spending a lot more time on, is
well, it would make sense that the produce is coming from closer areas.
a lot of the items that grocers and
I wonder what we get from Australia and New Zealand.
They can kind of only be grown in Mexico, given the growing environment. So let's use limes, for example. So people don't think about this, but close to 90% of the limes that are sold today in the United States are grown in Mexico. And it's not because people don't want to buy limes that are grown in the United States. It's that the very specific tropical or subtropical climate that is required to grow limes doesn't exist in the U.S. outside of a couple small parts in California and Florida. And so the vast majority of limes have to be imported from Mexico. So we have been looking for alternative supply. We try to obviously source locally in the U.S. when we can, but I think a lot of other grocers and retailers are going to be the same boat, where some of these items you simply cannot source from the U.S. in certain times of the year.
Yeah, it's not a reshoring proposition here. So you talked earlier about your pricing strategy and having to sort of attack that. So are you planning to pass the full additional cost of those tariffs onto your customers?
So right now our plan is not to pass on the full cost. Our plan is to probably pass on a portion of the cost. Now, Misfits is in somewhat of a unique situation because of the way we purchase items with our kind of rescue mission, our ability to buy opportunistically. We generally have a little bit more flexibility on pricing strategy than a lot of other grocery retailers. I think we're going to probably be able to shield our customers somewhat from the full burden of the tariff impact. That being said, I think consumers on our platform, plus probably any other grocery store, can more likely than not expect higher prices than before. And certainly on some of these commodities like avocados and limes and bell peppers and
I don't get those anyway.
Where 80-90%
I'm fine,
of
I'm
the supply
chilling.
right now in the U.S. is coming from Mexico, and there's not a viable alternative.
Tomatoes,
I think
yes.
Consumers will see higher prices
But
more likely than not over the next couple of weeks.
And I mean, just quick.
Good pizza is made with tomatoes that come from Italy anyway.
You guys have a direct line to your consumers because they are buying it directly from you online. Are you going to tell them? Like, are you going to send a note and say, sorry, we're raising some of our prices because of what's going on with the tariffs?
We plan on being really transparent about it. All right. I think most consumers are really savvy. They're educated, and they also are interested in understanding what is going on in the food supply chain, and especially recently. So our plan is to communicate this transparently. Our plan is to probably send an email out, push notification out via the mobile app, and saying, here's what we're doing. Here's why. We've also generally kind of focused on storytelling to our customers, explaining how products got from the farm to their doorstep. So this is just going to be another piece of that story.
Abhi, thank you so much. Really interesting stuff, and good luck navigating all of it.
Really? People are running out to buy cars? I guess if the prices are going to go up.
US auto sales jumped during the first quarter as the prospect of big import tariffs loomed over the market. Figures out Tuesday show General Motors was the biggest winner, with a 17% surge in sales. It saw strong demand for affordable crossovers like its Chevrolet Trax SUV, which is made in South Korea. There were gains too for big Asian names, including Hyundai, Mazda and Honda. Hyundai Motor North America boss Randy Parker said the past weekend was the best he'd known for a very long time. He credited shoppers rushing to beat the tariffs. Now Donald Trump's new 25% levy on imported cars will kick in from April 3rd.
And this is very modest. And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, is absolutely
modest 25%. That's a
Analysts
lot,
say
bro.
that looks certain to drive a big spike in prices and a drop in sales as a result. The effect could be most.
That's like. That's terrible. That's crazy.
Pronounced for lower cost vehicles, where profit margin.
Like, I don't even know how to explain it. If you wanted to buy a car, well, it's going to be good for us. It's going to be good for America. Bring manufacturing back here, sales here. But I like Volkswagens. Not that I would buy a new Volkswagen. But if you want to buy any nice European, I wouldn't buy a new vehicle. But if I was going to buy a new vehicle, I don't think it would be a new American vehicle. That's what I'm saying. So now, if you are buying a new vehicle, you're kind of forced into something American. Or else, get 25% less of the car in value. If you're getting an American car, you can get 25% more of your value.
Margins are tighter. On Tuesday, Mercedes had to deny reports by Bloomberg that it would halt all imports of its low-end models. Now the
like, that's what Mercedes is saying. If Mercedes low-end models, I don't know what, it starts at 60,000, something like that, probably. 25% of that. 15,000. Yeah. So now a $60,000 car automatically becomes 75,000, and they don't even want to bother bringing them there anymore because they know no one's gonna buy it. Because for $75,000 of a comparable American car, you can get so much more value, features, technology.
fear is that some Americans will be priced out of the market altogether, with the average selling price of a new car already nearing $50,000. If that drives buyers to look for used vehicles instead, then second-hand prices could also jump. Overall, Tuesday's figures show US new vehicle sales for the quarter hit 3.91 million units, or almost 5% up on this time last year.
I was a car salesperson. Yeah, the car business is going to be destroyed now. Because this person's probably going to talk about this. But during, like, the lockdown, quarantine, all the car dealerships were overcharging for cars. And now everyone, for the most part, that it might be getting better now, but everyone owed more than what their car was worth because of them overcharging, and now the prices of the cars have just come back down, so things aren't worth what they used to be. Now you put on top the tariffs.
Most companies have not been having a great year so far, but none are feeling the pain quite as much as car manufacturers. Of course, Tesla has been getting most of the attention as its stock price has plummeted by more than 50% since its peak late last year. Sales across the world have plummeted as the brand has become an unintentional political statement.
Yeah, I was gonna say people. I don't think that. I think that's because people don't want to buy Teslas because they're getting burned down.
Vibe with the type of people that buy electric cars, but the truth is that most other car companies are happy to let Tesla soak up the headlines because under the proverbial hood, they have a lot of problems of their own. Major brand bankruptcies are now basically inevitable. Will they, won't they trade wars are crippling supply chains, new manufacturers from China are undercutting global markets, and worst of all, people just simply can't afford to buy cars right now. And in response to this simple financial reality, automakers have responded by making their cars more expensive than ever before.
It's told Honda it wants to
The price of cars is insane.
call off merger talks. That's according to a Reuters source on Thursday.
Honda, Mitsubishi, and Nissan had been in talks to form a joint holding company, but ultimately they could not agree on terms.
For buyers with limited income or credit scores, Jessica Caldwell of Edmonds says more Americans are opting for longer repayment plans.
And finally, though, for folks who are really struggling, you know I always say this one, pick up the phone, call your lender, let them know the truth. You're struggling and you need help.
That's crazy.
So the simple reality for most people in America is they can't responsibly afford to own a car, but they also can't afford not to own a car. The Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956 built out the American interstate system and decidedly made most cities extremely car-centric. These new highways connected cities, and lobbying from automobile manufacturers pushed local public transport out of the way in favor of car-friendly streets. The adoption of the car also let mostly middle-class white Americans move out of cities and into newly developed single-family suburbs built around independent transportation. According to data from the US Census and the American Public Transport Association, 92% of American households own a car, but only 55% have access to any form of public transportation. And even for those that do, it's not always reliable or practical. Now, this has hurt the finances of a lot of households in truly unprecedented ways over the last 7 decades, but it has been fantastic for business.
People have to be people. Draft. That was probably a great video. It was an hour and a half long though. We can't watch all that. We'll grow old and die before it finishes.
Has had the world's most valuable car market for most of the last century. Today, we have been overtaken.
I was going to say something about this. Yeah, people just got to be better about keeping their cars longer and not wanting the coolest, newest stuff. I'm sure it was a great video, but we can't watch all that. Try to keep it to like 25 minutes.
Roughly twice as many cars as we do, but they also have almost 5 times as many people, so it's not really fair.
It did look really interesting,
we also,
though.
on average, buy much larger and more expensive cars. Even though China buys twice as many vehicles, total market revenue is roughly the same because we
that might
spend
be
almost
something
twice
I
as
watch
much on every car.
in my own time.
Our most popular models are so large that they can't even be sold into other major markets. But automakers don't mind because in the past, they have been able to make so much money from the American market that these vehicles are worth making even if they can't be sold
happened to
anywhere
that
else.
Cybertruck?
Either by choice or necessity, we Americans are also far more willing to take on debt to purchase a new vehicle, often rolling equity from one vehicle into a down payment for a new vehicle with a new loan. Auto loans are now at a record $1.6
rolling equity. People are rolling negative equity into cars, meaning before we were talking about they still owe $10,000 on a car that's only worth $5,000. They'll take that negativity and they'll take the negative and they'll put that on top of the next one they're borrowing. And then that just pushes the problem down the road. And it doesn't fix the problem that caused the situation in the first place. So it's just going to be magnified. It's going to be doubled next time they come back. 3 years, 4 years from
double
now.
what they were just a decade ago, back when rates were also a lot lower. So yeah, America has a dangerous obsession with big cars and risky personal debt. I know what you're thinking. That's not exactly groundbreaking journalism. But a unique mix of record high debt, high interest rates, collapsing secondhand values, high sticker prices, stagnating purchasing power, and uncertain economic conditions.
I'll buy a clunker car and fix it myself before I go into debt. Again, there's no shot. There's no way. You should never do that. Everyone should also learn a little bit how to do their own repairs. Not anything too crazy, but you could definitely save a lot of money that way. And that could help you buy something at the right price, get a good deal on something.
Might mean that the car market has created its own reckoning.
Or at least you know you're getting something that's in good condition.
Time to learn how money works to find out how much further the car market can stretch itself. This week's video is sponsored by FlexiSpot. I spend hours sitting at my desk every day, and my old chair just wasn't cutting it. Uncomfortable, unstable, and honestly overdue for a replacement. After searching for a high-quality ergonomic chair, I found the FlexiSpot C7 Max, built for all-day comfort and durability. The adjustable backrest moves up or down to fit your height perfectly, and the lumbar support isn't just for your lower back. It also supports your sacrum for better posture. The 3D adjustable headrest tilts to your ideal angle and can be readjusted in seconds, while the 5D armrests move effortlessly to support your arms while typing or gaming. Unlike basic chairs, this one has a 0.2-inch latex seat cushion with memory foam, designed to keep you comfortable for up to 12 hours without losing support. It also offers a 135-degree reclining backrest and customizable seat depth, so you can fine-tune it exactly how you like. Whether I'm working, gaming, or just leaning back to relax, the C7 Max keeps me supported in every position. And with a 30-day risk-free trial and a 10-year warranty, you can try it out.
I'm sold. I'll take one.
Check it out using my link in the description for the best price. And if you're on a tighter budget, the C5 model is another great option with solid build quality and essential ergonomic features. The price of an average new car has increased much faster than average wages. Today, the average car would set you back just under $50,000, which is only $9,000 shy of the average annual salary, before taxes.
Dude, I don't think you're making $60,000 working at Walmart. What's the minimum wage? Even if you get $17.50. $33,000 at just over minimum wage at 40 hours a week. I don't know where you're getting $60,000 at Walmart from.
Before taxes. Buying the car is also just step one. Insurance and maintenance on increasingly technical
They said average
cars has also become more expensive over time. So, how can people afford to spend their entire income on a car? Well, of course, they can't.
The problem is the banks allowing people who only make $30,000 to borrow $35,000 to buy a car and pay it off over 7 years. That's the problem. Stupid.
According to data from the Fed, over 80% of new vehicle purchases today were...
You should never have more than 50% of your income in something that's going down in value, like a car.
Done through financing, and dealerships have recognized this as one.
So if you make $30,000, it would be smart, it would be fine for you to get a car that's $10,000 or $15,000 and finance that. That would probably be fine. You could spend $250 a month financing that. Instead, people are getting a car that's $35,000 or $45,000, and it's literally $750 a month.
One of their primary profit centers. The average dealership today is more of a loan shop with an occasional side hustle of selling some cars, and over time, they have become increasingly creative with how they will finance a vehicle. In the bad old days, people would just save up and buy a car, and then auto loans became more popular as other costs ate into average household budgets. People still had to put money down, but it was a way to make the car buying process less of an upfront commitment. Today, dealerships will use the equity in a half paid off car as the down payment for the next new car as long as the entire transaction goes through them. This is, or was, incredibly profitable, because it let dealerships make a little bit of margin from the new car sale, the used car trade-in, and the financing. But this financing treadmill has now put the whole market in a very difficult position. Used car prices spiked during the pandemic as supply chain breakdowns caused shortages.
In the car business, people were saying this. I was a car salesperson. People have been saying we were getting ready for this for 10 years before I even started selling cars.
This let people trade in their old cars at higher prices.
And all this is just the bubble waiting to explode.
To put down payments on more expensive new cars. If you were lucky and had a popular model back then, you might have been able to get more for your 3 to 5 year old car than you had spent on it when it was new. Now, the trade-off was that new cars were hard to buy and often came with dealership markups to account for market pricing. Now, this wasn't a problem back then, but it is a problem now as those cars try to repeat the cycle of rolling debt into new purchases. The average price of a used car has fallen considerably because supplies are no longer a major issue, and budget-conscious used car buyers don't have as much disposable income as they did 3 to 4 years ago with low interest rates and stimulus checks. And if things were looking bad for gas cars, it's significantly worse for EVs, but more on that soon. This means people are still underwater with the cars they have purchased with significant markups back in 2022. Some of these people can't even afford to sell their car without putting their own money down to clear their debt, let alone use the equity in their car to buy a new car. To make matters worse, car companies noticed the markups that customers were willing to pay the dealerships and wanted some of that action for themselves. When it was difficult to get enough components to keep up with demand, car companies started prioritizing higher trim variations of the same model to maximize the revenue on higher margin unit.
You couldn't get lower trim level versions. They would, if they had 500 chips, there was low on the chip shortage, basically, if you remember that. If they had 500 chips, if they had enough chips to make 500 cars, they weren't going to make the lower trim level versions, because they make more money when you buy the cars with more features, more options. So they just weren't making the cheaper ones and forcing you to buy only the expensive ones. And this actually made it harder for me because I was trying to sell cars.
Optional extras like driver aids, sunroofs, heated and cooled seats, better sound systems, and infotainment are all sold at a significant markup from their component costs. In some cars, these components are installed anyway, and the features are just manually disabled for customers who didn't select the optional extra. So manufacturers really liked creating these higher spec vehicles. This trend quickly resulted in the market today, where affordable new cars, even from previously economy-focused brands, are all but extinct. And mid-range brands are now marketing themselves as competitors in the much more lucrative luxury market. Now, this is not unique to just the car market. A lot of companies have either gone down market to focus on a growing number of cost-conscious consumers, or have taken their entire brand up market.
They have to, or you're not going to sell anything. You have to lower the prices. They'll make cheaper stuff.
Now account for 50% of all the spending done in the economy and are responsible for all of the economic growth. But the thing with the car market, we're going to have to try responsible.
According to recent analysis from the Wall Street Journal, households with the top 10% of incomes making $250,000 or more a year now account for nearly half of all consumer spending. So that means the top 10% are doing half of the spending for everyone, and the bottom 90% have to split the other half of everything. That's crazy.
For all of the economic growth. But the thing with the car market, and you are going to have to trust my math on this, but the top 10% of income earners only actually makes up 10% of the population. And even then, not all high-income households are interested in buying premium vehicles. Yes, some high-income earners have car collections, but this is still a very rare minority. As car equity dries up, interest rates have jumped, and new cars have become more expensive, it's become harder for dealerships to get deals done. Now, according to data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, car sales have fallen, but not significantly. We are buying about 1 to 2 million fewer cars every year than we did before the pandemic. Not great, not terrible, right? Well, not exactly. All of these market conditions have combined with one unfortunate reality. Cars are just getting better. According to the S&P Global Mobility Survey, the average age of cars on the road in the US has increased by 3 years in just the last decade. It's increased by 2 years in just the past.
One of my cars is 35 years old. And then my other car is 26 years old. Both of them Volkswagens. And they barely function. But that's because I choose to have Volkswagens that are old and I modify them. I would just get a Toyota or a Honda if I wanted a regular car.
Past 4 years alone. This means people aren't buying new cars as often, and vehicle sales have been helped a lot by cars being sold 3 or 4 times over
Volkswagen
their
or a
life,
BMW?
rather
That's
than
a
just
BMW.
once or
the
twice
gold
when
one.
vehicles don't last as
Hey.
long. New cars might have more features on them that can go wrong, but generally the essential stuff like bodies and drivetrains are far more robust than they have ever been. And yes, I can already hear some of you typing in the comments about Nissan CVTs. There are always bad examples, but generally it's never been a better time to be a used car
Don't buy
buyer.
a Nissan.
The average person will happily deal with some outdated electronics or broken infotainment if they have a reliable form of transportation. This has also encouraged new car buyers to seek out more reliable brands because even though they might have a warranty for the entire length of their ownership, the market perception of reliability can have a big impact on resale price. Companies like Stellantis, which makes Alfa Romeo, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Chrysler,
why is the headlight in the bottom left corner of the screen right here doing a light show?
Companies like Stellantis, which makes Alfa Romeo, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Chrysler, have been hit by this
What is
from
it
every
doing?
direction. They played a lot of funny business with financing and dealer markups when they could, and their cars are consistently rated as some of the least reliable on the market. This is also a real problem for their ambitions to make their cars look like a luxury competitor, because when people think of Jeep, they don't think of a luxury SUV. They think of their broke cousin who bought a clapped-out Wrangler off Facebook Marketplace for $2,800 and a lawnmower, as a completely random example. Now, it might almost be satisfying to see bad manufacturers who cut costs and jacked up prices to feel some consequences, but there are some bigger factors at play here that will unfortunately most likely end up hurting regular people who just need a way to get around. Most car companies are not allowed to simply fail. They employ too many people in valuable jobs, and in a lot of countries with large auto industries, they are a significant export staple. Too big to fail is not unique to the car industry, but struggling car makers are often the first sight of bad things coming as they depend on finance, global trade, consumer confidence, labor, and resource prices to all play nice in order to run a profitable car company. We are already seeing governments step in to ease these problems. Nissan is a failing company. Their sales have slumped as their lineup has aged, and brand perception is at an all-time low.
They've just made too many cars.
Drivetrain components.
They've made way too many, and people, and we've just become a throwaway society where people just throw it out. They don't fix shit. If people could fix things themselves, I can't tell you how many times I've heard stories where it's like someone is buying a car for $500, $1,000 because the mechanic told someone that it was junked. The engine was bad, but someone buys it and fixes it for $50. It's a bad sensor. Then they drive it for 50,000 miles because the shop, the shady mechanic. Not that these shady mechanics exist. There could be a bad diagnosis. I've had it happen to me myself where a shop told me it was going to cost $1,500 to fix the problem. And that ended up not even being the real issue. They would have done that and maybe solved the real issue while they were in there. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was a dirty sensor. You could call it malicious or negligence. But good luck proving either. You can't. What I'm saying is if people put work into taking care of their own stuff and not being a throwaway society where people are getting a new vehicle every 3 years with a lease, made things last longer, the car manufacturers wouldn't be making so many cars. They wouldn't have 1 billion cars on their lots.
This brand has come from extremely
the whole business would be different. There wouldn't be people owing more than what their car is worth and then trying to trade it in. My favorite one was at the dealership when people were like, they don't like paying a lot of money. They said, oh, my payment's really high, but they want a more expensive vehicle and they don't want to put money down, and then they owe more than what their car is worth. So the car they want is costs more than what they got before. Interest rates are probably higher, and they have the negative equity from trading in the car they owe more on than what it's worth.
It's financing. Even when
everyone's
else is arguably
so
pushing
screwed.
Car financing too far, Nissan stood out as a brand that would write a loan on a new Maxima to basically anybody. The company also made a lot of sales to rental car fleets by offering aggressive bulk purchase discounts on their economy cars. This was a nice way to boost sales at the
84
time,
months.
but rental car companies normally only keep their vehicles for 2 to 3 years before dumping them on the used market. This caused resale prices to tank on used Nissans because so many hit the market at the same time. Now, this wouldn't normally be Nissan's problem. However, in an effort to make sales, the company introduced a financing promotion where they would ensure the future value of their cars in certain markets around the world, so they were on the hook to buy their cars back at above value. They got away with this for a while when used car prices were high, but it's a significant hidden liability for a company already struggling with debt. Nissan had effectively gorged itself with short-term wins, and now it's facing complete insolvency. The Japanese government had not so subtly
I don't
tried
think
to
that
fix
was
these
the play.
problems by playing matchmaker in a proposed merger between Honda and Nissan. The deal was promoted as a merger of equals, which would create one of the largest manufacturers in the world. But nobody took this seriously. Honda had better sales, better brand perception, they were in a better financial situation, better products, and had better management. It was a merciful way to save thousands of jobs in Japan and across the world. Now, this particular deal fell through, likely signifying the beginning of the end for Nissan. But similar interventions are likely going to become more common as other automakers deal with the same kind of problems. So yeah, dumb companies played stupid games and won stupid prizes, and unfortunately, workers are going to be the ones to feel it the worst. However, hot take alert.
What's going to happen? Is Honda going to buy a Nissan?
Well, cars are something that you and I, and everybody watching, are terrible at purchasing rationally. Whether we like to admit it or not, we do see the cars that we drive as a reflection of ourselves and the image we want to present to the world. Whether it's an EV to show that your RSUs got paid out, a lifted truck to show the Walmart parking lot who's boss, or a Chrysler Pacifica to show you have given up.
That's not a Pacifica.
Cars are inevitably a way to
Pacifica's
communicate
a
what we are
minivan.
about with total strangers. Even those people who have already left a comment talking about their 1996 Toyota Camry and how it's never going to die have still purchased an image. Their image is pretending to be better than the people who care too much about the car they are driving. Yes, car
No,
companies have become
that's not pretending. Don't want to spend money on something you don't have to.
really good at taking advantage of human weakness, but we keep on falling for it. Their
Buy
ads
an
are
old
almost
Toyota.
always about how their cars are seen, rather than what they do.
You'll
And it's all
enjoy
to
it.
show potential buyers how they can be seen. But as we are exposed to more advertising and social media where everybody is showing off their best life, this is resulting in some pretty alarming trends. Multiple surveys conducted on US and global car buyers found that Gen Zs, who are currently aged between 13 and 30, are the generation most likely to purchase a luxury car, despite having the lowest overall net worth, lowest incomes, and highest proportional levels of debt. Tragically, a lot of people in this generation are realizing very quickly that they may never be able to achieve financial independence or even financial stability. As a way to compensate for that, they are doing the next best thing, which is buying an expensive car to at least roleplay as people who aren't getting financially fucked from every angle. Now the good news is yes, car companies can use brand perception to sell us on financially irrational purchases, but those same perceptions can come back to hurt them just as fast. So yeah, we gotta talk about Tesla. From its all-time peak, the company has lost more than $500 billion in market capitalization in less than 3 months. Uncertainty around trade wars, competition in global markets from highly competitive Chinese EVs, a general consumer shift back to internal combustion engines, and broader market slowdowns have all hurt the world's most valuable automaker. But let's be honest, whether you love him or hate him, Elon Musk is inextricably linked
I don't think I would get an electric vehicle. I would maybe do a hybrid.
with the company's brand image. He has gone from someone who could be the sole marketing strategy for the entire company to an individual that is pushing a lot of people who would consider buying an EV away from the brand. Now, other car companies are probably really happy he is getting all of this attention, because even though it's a lot slower, people are pushing back against the idea of owning a car at
electric
all. Walkable cities
because of the stopping to having to charge. Maybe if didn't have to do that as much. And I like modifying my car, and I just like gas. It's different. It's like electric is like an iPhone, and it doesn't have a soul. But an internal combustion gas vehicle, they are all different, and every engine behaves differently, different designs, and they have different sounds, all kinds of stuff. But electric is just you hit gas, you hit the accelerator, it go. It's just all electricity. There's you've removed the soul from it.
public transport, shorter commutes, and car sharing have all become much more popular issues across America. And while we have a lot of work to undo 7 decades of car-centric planning, having no car is becoming just as fashionable as having a fancy car.
Bicycle is
I made a
cool.
video about why good company CEOs should not be visionaries. Somehow that video is more relevant today than it was back then, so go and check it out. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
There could be a day where we all just drive gas. I wouldn't be against it. I just wouldn't be the first person getting gas or getting electric. Did I say gas? When there could be a day when we're all using electric, I wouldn't hate it. Great Depression 2.0.
A cold wind cuts through the ragged tents of Hooverville. A mother huddles over a makeshift stove, stirring a pot of watery soup. She remembers the radio's advice: stretch the food, make do. She tries her best, but she knows it won't be enough. Not for her children, not for her husband. Standing miles away in a bread line, his once proud suit now caked in dust. This was America in the Great Depression, a nation brought to its knees. And all this devastation was caused by something you weren't expecting: tariffs. Or was it? Did tariffs really trigger the worst economic disaster in modern history, and could they do it again? We're breaking it all down on today's episode of The Infographic Show. Did tariffs really cause the Great Depression? You've probably heard of the Great Depression, everyone has. Stock market crash, bank failures, millions unemployed. By 1933, 1 in 4 Americans was jobless, and it wasn't just factory workers or farmers. Even doctors, lawyers, and upper middle-class professionals saw their incomes plummet by up to 40%. Families who once lived comfortably suddenly found themselves struggling to survive. Their savings were wiped out, their futures uncertain. It was a time when make do or do without wasn't just a saying, it was a survival strategy. Families stretched every meal, patched and repaired old clothes, and walked miles instead of driving. Because with unemployment at record highs, owning and fueling a car was a luxury few could afford. The financial strain tore at the very fabric of families and communities. Divorce rates dropped, but abandonment skyrocketed. Men, ashamed and frustrated by their inability to provide for their families, often disappeared without a trace, leaving their wives and children to fend for themselves. To understand how things got so bad and what role tariffs played, we have to go back, way back, and not just to 1929 when the Great Depression began. No, we're talking about the depression that started it all. The one history barely remembers, the Forgotten Depression. The Forgotten Depression lasted just 18 months, from January 20th to July 1921, but it
couldn't be that bad.
The U.S. stock market tanked by 47%, and corporate profits plummeted by over 90%. Unemployment hit nearly 12%. It was just 1.4% during World War I. In the aftermath of this war, the U.S. faced a tricky transition. Factories shut down, 1.6 million soldiers returned home to flood the workforce, and inflation soared. In response, the government slashed spending by a staggering 75% and hiked interest rates to a steep 7%. The result was a 32.5% collapse in industrial production, the worst in history at the time. Prices plunged over 15%, and businesses failed en masse, leaving millions struggling to survive. The real turnaround came when President Woodrow Wilson cut federal
How did all this happen in 8 months?
spending by 65%, from $18.5 billion to $6.5 billion. This austerity helped stabilize the economy and eventually fueled the Roaring '20s. By March 1921, Warren Harding had taken over, and his presidency was marked by important change: the return to higher tariffs in the U.S. The U.S. has had a turbulent relationship with tariffs. One moment it's championing free trade, and the next it's slapping high tariffs to protect domestic industries. It's an economic roller coaster, swinging between protectionism and open markets, depending on the political and economic climate. Protectionism refers to government policies that restrict international trade. Think of it as putting up a fence around your country's economy to shield local businesses from foreign competition. That idea is simple. Limit imports and domestic industries have a better chance to thrive. Imports can be restricted in several ways. Tariffs are arguably the most common among them. Tariffs are essentially taxes on imported goods that make foreign products pricier, encouraging people to buy local instead. America's early days were heavily marked by protectionism. However, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the US was riding high on relatively free
There's got to be a way to balance it so that it's not up and down all the time.
trade, with an understanding that international commerce made large-scale wars too costly.
But it's easier said than done.
The Simmons Tariff of 1913 was the one to break the tradition of protectionism by lowering tariffs and introducing an income tax. This was a bold step toward free trade, but it didn't last long. World War I put nations, including the US, straight back into a protective mindset. By the time the US emerged from the war, the political landscape had changed. European economies were recovering, and US industries were facing new competition. American farmers who had been selling crops to Europe during the war were now losing those markets as European agriculture bounced back. To protect American industries and farmers from competition, the Emergency Tariff Act of 1921 was passed. But that was just the beginning. The real game changer came in 1922. During Harding's presidency, it was the Fordney-McCumber Tariff Act, which raised tariffs above levels seen in 1913. This law wasn't just about higher rates. It also gave the president the power to adjust tariffs by as much as 50% to balance domestic and foreign production costs. The goal was simple: protect U.S. industries from foreign competition. But there was a catch. The Fordney-McCumber tariff had an unintended consequence. It crippled European exports to the U.S. With fewer American dollars flowing in, war-torn nations struggled to pay off their debts, deepening economic tensions. Instead of helping the global economy recover after World War I, the tariff made things even worse, creating friction between the U.S. and its allies, and slowing down Europe's post-war rebuilding efforts. Meanwhile, in the U.S., tariffs kept creeping up through the 1920s. These increases had a major impact on global trade, creating a skewed relationship between the U.S. and its trading partners. By the early 1930s, the world had fully embraced protectionism, and the U.S. had set the stage for the trade battles that would shape the global economy for years to come. This brings us to the very beginning of the Great Depression, a moment when the world seemed to spiral into chaos. The 1920s had been a decade of wild growth in the US. These roaring 20s were like a fever dream. Everything was booming: new cars, radios, household appliances. Americans were buying it all. And they weren't just buying goods, they were pouring money into stocks. People were in a frenzy,
Where did everyone get the money
jumping
from?
into the market with both feet, hoping to get rich quick, and fielding a market boom that seemed unstoppable until it wasn't. Stock prices skyrocketed. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, the stock market's key index, soared nearly 162% in just 5 years. But as anyone who's been on a roller coaster knows, what goes up must come down. And this
I don't
ride
like
was
roller
about to
coasters.
crash hard. And the ride would start going down in October 1929. That's when the unthinkable happened. The stock market crashed. It all started on October 24th, Black Thursday. The market began its freefall, and the panic spread like wildfire. A brief rally followed, but that was a false hope. By Black Monday and Black Tuesday, the damage was irreversible. The Dow plummeted, losing nearly 90% of its value over the next few years. The American dream turned into a nightmare for so many people. But the crash wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. Once the market collapsed, everything else followed. The economy froze, banks failed, businesses went bankrupt, people lost their jobs, consumers, seeing their wealth vanish, simply stopped buying. Factories and stores shut down, the whole country ground to a halt. And let's not forget the farmers. They'd already been struggling with overproduction after World War I. Crop prices were falling and they had debts they couldn't pay. It was a perfect storm, and it was only getting worse. Then came the fateful decision from the US government. President Herbert Hoover, who had already enacted several major policies, decided to sign the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act into law in 1930. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act was often called one of the most catastrophic acts in congressional history. And that is not just political rhetoric. That is straight from the official US Senate website. When even Congress admits that they messed up, you know it was bad. But how did the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act earn such an unflattering reputation? Well, it didn't happen by accident. This was a slow-motion train wreck years in the making. It was the culmination of years of escalating protectionism, political maneuvering, and let's be honest, a whole lot of economic short-sightedness. We've already talked about tariffs being a favorite tool of policymakers looking to shield domestic industries from foreign competition. But compared to what was coming, those earlier increases were just a warm-up act. When the Great Depression came, everyone in Washington was panicking. Desperate for a fix, lawmakers turned to an old familiar trick: tariffs. And that's how the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act came to be. The bill was originally meant to help struggling farmers by raising duties on agricultural imports. But as with most things in politics, it didn't stay simple. Lobbyists for various industries saw an opportunity and jumped in. tacking on protectionist measures for all sorts of products. By the time the bill was finalized, it wasn't just about farming anymore. It was a full-scale tariff hike on over 20,000 foreign goods. It's no surprise that roughly 1,000 economists literally begged President Hoover not to sign it. But despite his own reservations, Hoover went ahead anyway, officially signing the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act into law on the 17th of June,
Smoot-Hawley, you
1930.
have to.
But other countries weren't just going to sit back and take it, and that's the thing about tariffs. They often come with unintended consequences. And so Smoot-Hawley ignited what economist Chris James Michener called the mother of all trade wars. 9 countries, Argentina, Australia, Canada, Cuba, France, Italy, Mexico, Spain, and Switzerland, retaliated almost immediately with tariffs directly targeting U.S. goods. Canada's response was particularly felt. After all, the country was America's biggest trading partner at the time. In 1929, 18% of all U.S. exports went to Canada, and 11% of U.S. imports came from the country. That economic relationship was obliterated almost overnight. Initially, the Canadian Prime Minister at the time, William Lyon Mackenzie King, slapped tariffs on just 16 American products. But when R.B. Bennett took over in 1930, he cranked up the pressure. Canada raised tariffs even further on U.S. goods, while simultaneously cutting tariffs on roughly 270 products from the United Kingdom and its dominions. By 1932, Canada hosted a massive trade summit with the other British territories, laying the groundwork for a trade bloc that actively excluded the U.S. Essentially, America's protectionism pushed Canada right into Britain's arms. Canadian exports to the UK surged, especially in agriculture, the very industry Smoot-Hawley was meant to...
Trying to control things, you bring about exactly what you were trying to avoid. Why was that so small?
protect in the US. But this was just the start. A total of 25 countries would eventually strike back with tariffs of their own. Countries already struggling from the Great Depression suddenly faced even higher barriers to selling goods to the US, making an already bad situation worse. US exports to retaliating nations fell by 28 to 32%. Even countries that didn't retaliate still cut US exports by 15 to 23%. Global trade collapsed, dropping by 66% between 1929 and 1934. One country hit particularly hard was Germany. Already drowning in debt from World War I reparations, Germany relied on exports to earn the money needed to pay its bills. Smoot-Hawley cut off one of its key revenue streams, worsening its economic crisis.
Damn Smoot-Hawley.
Prize-winning economist Paul Samuelson described it best. Cynics were delighted at the spectacle of a country trying to collect debts from abroad and at the same time shutting out their import goods that could alone have provided the payment for those debts. In other words, America wanted its money but refused to buy anything in return. Germany's financial collapse didn't just deepen its suffering, it paved the way for Adolf Hitler's rise to power. With the economy in ruins and desperation at an all-time high, extremist voices suddenly didn't sound so extreme. As businesses crumbled and unemployment soared, Hitler's promise of economic revival and national strength became terrifyingly appealing. Less than 3 years after Smoot-Hawley was signed, Hitler was the Chancellor of Germany. But the backlash against Smoot-Hawley wasn't just economic, it was also political. 35 governments lodged formal protests against it, and nations even formed new trade alliances to deliberately exclude the U.S. This fit right into the broader trend of American isolationism in the 1930s. But this kind of economic nationalism wasn't new. The phrase America First was already commonly used at the time to describe protectionist policies. Despite President Woodrow Wilson winning the Nobel Peace Prize in 1919 for creating the League of Nations, a forerunner of the United Nations, the U.S. never even joined it. Smoot-Hawley only reinforced this isolationist stance, making America seem less cooperative and more self-serving. But all this doesn't answer the main question. Did tariffs really cause the Great Depression? It's easy to assume that the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930 only made the Great Depression worse, especially since the crisis officially began in 1929. But the reality is more complicated, which is why the true impact of tariffs on the Great Depression remains a topic of debate even today. Economists hold different views of the matter. Some argue that Smoot-Hawley was the spark that ignited the Great Depression, turning a recession into a global catastrophe.
You could argue both
if
sides forever, and you'd never really know
because
it's an 8-dimensional chess game.
Well, before the tariff was signed into law in June 1930, the economy was struggling. There's no doubt about it. However, there was still hope for a recovery. But then Smoot-Hawley slammed the brakes on global trade, cutting off U.S. businesses from foreign markets just when they needed them the most. The ensuing trade war slashed U.S. exports from $5.2 billion to just $1.7 billion, a massive 67% drop. And the hardest hit sector was agriculture, the sector Smoot-Hawley was trying to protect before all the lobbyists got involved. Crops like wheat, cotton, and tobacco, which relied on international demand, were hammered, pushing farmers into bankruptcy and causing small banks, especially in rural areas, to collapse. But that's not even the most shocking claim about tariffs causing the Great Depression. One economist, Jude Wanniski, claimed that the stock market crash of 1929 was actually triggered by tariffs. Well, the anticipation of tariffs, that is. According to Wanniski, the market started anticipating the act as early as December 1928. That's almost 8 months before Hoover even signed the bill into law. It's as if Wall Street could sense the impending protectionist storm, and it panicked. This view suggests that the mere fear of looming tariffs was enough to spook investors. This triggered a chain reaction that ultimately led to the stock market collapse and the official start of the Great Depression. But let's turn the lens to the other side. Some economists argue that the Depression was already underway by the time the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act took effect. This would mean that the tariffs didn't cause it. By 1930, when the bill was passed, unemployment was already climbing, the stock market had already shown signs of instability, and the economy was already heading south. The proponents of the theory point to the fact that the exports only accounted for about 7% of the U.S. GDP in 1929. So how big of an impact could the tariffs really have had? Remember, the U.S. had raised tariffs in 1922 too, and it didn't trigger the Great Depression then. In fact, some argue that the Depression caused the decline in trade, not the other way around. Many experts agree that Smoot-Hawley didn't directly cause the Depression.
Damn, Smoot-Hawley.
It just made an already bad situation worse. You can think of it like this. The Depression was already a storm cloud hanging over the economy. Smoot-Hawley was the lightning strike that turned it into a full-blown thunderstorm. So it didn't create the storm, but it definitely made it worse. It caused a whole vicious cycle of retaliation, where one country raised tariffs and others strike back. As a result, trade shrinks and the recession deepens. Smoot-Hawley was a disaster. It's as simple as that. Even if it didn't single-handedly trigger the Great Depression, it definitely made things worse. The sharp decline in global trade, the collapse of agricultural exports, and the retaliation from other countries all point to one undeniable fact. Protectionism simply doesn't work. It's like trying to save a sinking boat by patching one hole while drilling another. So whether the tariffs were the final straw, the main cause, or just a bad idea that added fuel to the fire, one thing is for sure, Smoot-Hawley should have never happened. President Franklin Roosevelt realized this almost immediately. That's why he set about fixing the damage, working to undo Smoot-Hawley's catastrophic effects as soon as he took office in 1933. And his response to the tariff disaster was bold and swift. The New Deal, Roosevelt's game-changing blueprint for America's recovery, wasn't just about saving the banks and putting people back to work. It was about shaking things up and tackling the issues that the Smoot-Hawley tariffs had messed up in the first place. And one of Roosevelt's biggest moves was cutting down those sky-high tariffs that had caused an international economic food fight. Remember, the Smoot-Hawley tariff strangled global trade and dragged the economy even deeper into the mess. So Roosevelt's plan was to do the exact opposite. One of his boldest moves during these efforts was the Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act of 1934. This wasn't just a tweak to the system, it was like hitting the undo button on the disastrous protectionist policies that had been put in place. Roosevelt had the authority to negotiate directly with foreign governments, cutting tariffs on both sides of the Atlantic. His goal was to break the cycle of retaliation and get trade flowing again. After all, a world that is trading is a world that is thriving. Roosevelt's act set the stage for the U.S. to pivot from isolationist policies to becoming the global champion of free trade. So in the years that followed, the U.S. took the lead in establishing major international trade agreements, including the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, or GATT, which later evolved into the World Trade Organization, or WTO. By tearing down tariffs and opening the doors for international cooperation, President Roosevelt showed that protectionism wasn't the way out, it was the way to stay stuck in a never-ending economic slump. But while Roosevelt's efforts were crucial, the real end to the Great Depression came with an unexpected twist: World War II. When the U.S. entered the war in 1941, something dramatic happened. Unemployment plummeted from a staggering 8 million in 1940 to just over 1 million by 1943. But in reality, more than 16 million Americans were conscripted into the armed forces. So real private sector unemployment actually stayed a lot higher than those numbers suggest. After World War II, international trade channels opened up and reversed those crushing price and wage controls. Suddenly, there was a massive demand for cheap goods. The government, as a huge buyer, gave the economy the much-needed fiscal
Cheap
stimulus
car.
it had been
Give
missing.
me car.
This jump-started industries, created jobs, and paved the way for private investment to surge. In fact, private investment shot up from $10.6 billion in 1940 to $30.6 billion just 1 year after the war wrapped up. By the end of the war, the economy wasn't just back on track, it was booming. The stock market went on a bull run, and things started looking up for the American public. And that's what ended the Great Depression. The economic shift triggered by wartime demand, investment, and global trading channels. However, just because the US managed to come out of the Great Depression doesn't mean the road was a smooth one. Quite the contrary, it was rocky, treacherous, and full of lessons that frankly we would rather not repeat. The damage done by the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act was catastrophic, and the scars from that period are still a part of economic history. So let's be clear, no one, and we mean no one, would want to go down that road again, right? Well, it turns out history isn't as far behind us as we might have hoped. Just when we thought that we learned the painful lessons of the past, tariffs are making a dramatic comeback. The US administration's rhetoric about tariffs today even has a certain nostalgia to it. The latest approach to tariffs isn't just about protecting US industries from foreign competition, it's about using tariffs like a weapon of power, aiming them at Canada, Mexico, China, and even Europe, all while claiming that these measures will improve the US standing on the world stage. Tariffs are being used to force political concessions like immigration control or geopolitical leverage, but history has shown that tariffs are a risky game, and that is putting it mildly, especially today.
Yeah,
Unlike the
we're
pre-World
headed
War
for
II era, the
Great
global
Depression
economy today is
2.0
far more
reloaded.
interconnected. Complex
V2?
supply chains, particularly between the US,
Wait.
Canada, and Mexico, mean that even small disruptions
New
can cause
DLC?
major ripple effects, and that is where things get complicated. This isn't just about damaging one sector or one country, it's about jeopardizing entire economic ecosystems. When one domino falls, the ripple effects can be felt worldwide. America's tariffs, especially the ones imposed on China, could lead to real economic downturn. Experts warn that these moves could raise household costs, shrink U.S. economic output, and even trigger a broader trade war that could make the global recession of the 1930s look like a mild inconvenience. And while it's too soon to say whether these tariffs will push us into a Great Depression 2.0, the potential for a repeat
That's what
of
I
history
said,
is
2.0.
undeniably there, especially if retaliation from other countries turns into a full-blown tit-for-tat. The America First approach might seem appealing in the short term, but if even a sliver of the chaos from the 1930s comes back, we could be facing a far grimmer reality. We can only hope that we've learned from those past mistakes. Do you think the Smoot-Hawley tariff helped trigger the Great Depression, or was it just one piece of a much bigger puzzle? Could we be headed for a Great Depression 2.0?
Smoot-Hawley
Or do you think
MFer
other factors
ruined
would have to
everything,
line up
bro.
before we reach that level of crisis? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Now go check out What If the US Imposed 100% Tariffs, or click on this video instead.
That Smoot-Hawley ruined everything. YouTube, you got nothing for us? I guess that's all we got for videos for today, but we'll take a 10-minute break, and then when I come back we'll play Yu-Gi-Oh! BRB. You're back. You guys got to give us better stuff to react to. I can't do all the work here.
It's a classic gripe of out-of-touch corporate executives hiring minimum. It's a classic gripe of out-of-touch corporate.
Nobody wants to work anymore. That might be sarcasm, but who wants to work, dude? Just, you know. Who wants to waste their life working?
It's a classic gripe
at
of
a job that doesn't do
corporate
anything.
executives hiring minimum wage workers or the trust fund baby.
When we were talking about before, most people spend their entire year's salary on a car.
Who is angry that their gym is busy in the middle of the day. Nobody wants to work anymore. Now, I really hate to say this, but by looking at the numbers, they might have a point. Labor force participation is approaching generational lows even after the pandemic, while labor force participation amongst men specifically is the lowest it has ever been. These declines have been happening at the same time that unemployment is theoretically quite low, which, if the economists are to be believed, means it should be easy for people who want to get a job to get a job.
I need
right?
a drink.
Well, not quite. And these numbers are confusing at best, or
got
downright
french fries.
misleading at worst.
Is people just don't want to go to work.
There was a poll I read a long time ago. Only like 18% of Americans feel engaged when they're at work.
I hate my job!
The signs are everywhere. Businesses,
I feel that.
especially restaurants, need employees and they need them
Dude,
now.
less than 20% of the country likes their fucking job.
Okay, so there are two general schools that people fall into when they see that nobody wants to work anymore. The first group are wealthy executives, business owners, or just people who have always worked incredibly hard who don't like that jobs are going unfilled. So they blame it on lazy young people who would rather sit around all day smoking cones and watching skibbity
Same.
toilets. The second school of thought agrees that yes,
That's me.
people don't want to work. They don't want to work demeaning jobs where they won't get paid enough to support a decent quality of life. It's nice
That's
when
also me.
two groups who are so different can agree on something. So really, the only thing left is to work out why people don't want to work. Now, in most cases, the jobs that nobody wants to work fall into one of three categories. The first are jobs that are just paying well below market rates given the experience or the location required. Businesses aren't going to be able to fill a full-stack senior development role in Silicon Valley for $50,000 a year plus equity in their questionable pre-seed startup, but there are still plenty that try. Even entry-level jobs that pay minimum wage in very high cost of living areas are going to be much harder to fill in a city where even finance bros are living in shared housing. Now, hot take alert. But just like there are no shortage of crappy businesses and managers that expect to pay workers nothing for world-class skills and experience, there are lots of workers who expect world-class pay with little or no marketable expertise. One of the most insightful pieces of data on this issue is this recent survey right here. It asked a selection of Americans what they considered to be the minimum salary they would need to be financially successful. Now, most of the responses to these numbers have been laughing at the Gen Zs just entering the workforce who think that almost $600,000 a year is a realistic salary goal.
What? Oh, successful. I thought we meant survive. Successful? I guess 150,000?
Because for most people, it just isn't. Unless you are in a few very specific career paths, there are basically no jobs that pay this money. And even then, you need an insane amount of luck to get those opportunities. Now, you can blame this on young people who don't really know how the world works yet, or social media that makes it look like every hustle bro is flying private. But it's all distracting from a more interesting data point. The average boomer thinks financial success is achieved with a salary of just under $100,000. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, this is still almost double the median national salary. But in most major cities where people can actually find jobs that pay this much, $100,000 certainly doesn't afford a lifestyle of financial success. There is simply a massive gap in expectations between the generations looking for their first jobs and the group responsible for giving out most of the jobs. So they both agree that nobody wants to work, just for different reasons. The second type of job that nobody wants to work are in workplaces that push their staff, demand unreasonable overtime, or have management that are needlessly abusive. This happens in a shocking amount of businesses across the country. And even if you are lucky enough to avoid a boss that thinks shouting is an effective motivation tool, you have probably worked some overtime out of fear of losing your job or being reprimanded. According to a 2023 workplace survey, the average full-time worker across the country studied is now putting in an average of 9.2 hours of unpaid overtime. These jobs often don't have much trouble finding people to start, but they do struggle with high staff turnover. The third are simply jobs that never actually existed. You probably all know
Fake
about
ghost
jobs
jobs
by now, but even if you really do want to work, there is a good chance that most of your applications are just going to build out a workforce database, not to actually be considered for employment. Now, whatever the specific reason, the results are the same. Less people end up working. But aside from settling some beef between entitled Zoomers and some out-of-touch boomers, this data all reveals something more concerning about work in the current economy. It's not that people don't want to work anymore. They simply can't afford to. So it's time to learn how money works to find out what's really behind the worst phrase in the workplace. This week's video is sponsored by MyHeritage. Ever wondered what remarkable stories are hidden in your family history?
Well, we saw what happened with 23andMe, so I don't know about this.
Trusted by over 90 million users worldwide. With 20 billion historical records and advanced AI tools, MyHeritage makes exploring the roots not just accessible, but truly enjoyable. Here's a fun discovery I made. My great-grandfather started a brewery in Germany, and it's still thriving today.
Really?
Imagine finding out your family's legacy is still making its mark. That's the kind of excitement MyHeritage can unlock. I started my journey by adding a few basic details, and their instant discoveries feature brought my family tree to life with whole new branches in seconds. It was incredible to learn about connections I didn't even know I had.
It sounds cool.
Including distant cousins who lived fascinating lives. One of my favorite parts of using MyHeritage is transforming old black and white photos with their photo colorization and animation tools. When I colorized a photo of my great-great-grandmother Sophie, it felt like stepping back in time and seeing her smile come to life. The animations even added a touch of personality, showing what her expressions and mannerisms might have been like. And it's not just about what you see. MyHeritage also lets you deep dive into historical records to uncover stories and details. From ship manifests to old census data, seeing your ancestors' lives unfold in official documents is like piecing together a historical puzzle. Ready to discover your own family's hidden stories? MyHeritage offers a 14-day free trial so you can experience the platform's full range of features. Start your journey today. Trust me, you'll be amazed by what you uncover.
Why can't I change the size of that?
There are millions of people out there that think nobody wants to work because they couldn't hire someone with 20 years of experience on a programming language that has only been out for 5 years for $15 an hour. There are also people who don't want to work because they think unless they are offered 6 figures in their first roll out of high school, it's not worth their time, and they would be better off sitting at home working on their NFT dropshipping business. Both of these groups definitely exist in shockingly large numbers. But even though it's really fun to make fun of both sides, it distracts from the much more important reason why labor force participation is getting worse.
Did you say NFT
Well, as you
dropshipping?
might have been able to guess, this trend is really being driven by specific age groups and specific locations. If you look at labor force participation and exclude the youngest generation of workers and the oldest generation of workers, it's actually approaching all-time highs, which really makes sense when you think about it. It's common for both men and women to work full-time these days, and for most households, it's simply a financial necessity. So yeah, even if people don't want to work anymore, they
I used to want to be
start doing it
successful.
Anyway. The reason
I was
labor force
traumatized.
participation has fallen off
And I
in
just said,
general,
"F
though,
it."
is because the average is being dragged down by a lot of young workers and old workers. The old workers are the easiest to explain. As people started living longer, retirement ages were pushed back, and more of the population began
Oh, I
working
say
in
this all the
non-physical
time.
jobs.
If
As a
people
result,
keep living longer and longer thanks to medicine, which is great, but those people keep working and longer because they didn't save money, they didn't plan to retire because they're living longer than they thought they were going to live, which is great. But they didn't plan ahead, they didn't retire, so they're working longer and keeping jobs from younger people.
a larger share of the population over 55 remained in the workforce. This has started to reverse though, as self-funded retirement systems and general asset prices have allowed a lot of over 55s to step back from the labor force, especially after COVID, as a lot of people received severance packages and decided that an early retirement was better than going back to the office. Labor force participation from young people just entering the workforce either out of high school or college is also pulling down the average, just for different reasons. More people than ever are getting a college degree, which means they are starting to work later. And fewer people are working part-time jobs while they study because for many, it's simply not worth it given how much debt they are going to be in when they graduate anyway. This
Dude,
might
I would
not also
not
be a shock to you,
go into
but
debt
it's
to go
getting
to school.
really
That's
damn hard to find a job
crazy.
out of college. A few months ago, a post from a professor at Berkeley made the rounds after it spoke about his top students from a top college struggling to find work in technology, an industry that was hiring highly intelligent graduates like this as fast as they could make them just 24 months ago. Previously, a Berkeley CS graduate, even if not a top student, would receive multiple appealing job offers in terms of work type, location, salary, and employer. However, outstanding students, like those with a 4.0 in major GPA, are now contacting me worried because they have zero offers.
Zero
This trend
offers.
is irreversible and likely part of the broader trend impacting almost every employment sector. It's pretty grim stuff coming out of one of the best schools in the country. It might not be the
Pretty
most
bad.
logical thing to do, but a common reaction from people who can't land a job with a degree they got to make them more employable is to just go get another degree. The rate of
No
master's
shot.
and PhD
You
recipients
can't do
has
that.
grown even faster than people getting an undergraduate degree, because that's now normal to stand out in a highly competitive job market. And to be
I guess,
honest,
that
it's
makes
a
sense.
nice way for people to avoid the reality of the job market for another few years. Spending another 2 to 8 years at college to get advanced degrees means people aren't in the labor force, which pulls down the average to look worse than it really is. So those are the ages that are perpetuating this dumb myth. But this trend is also highly dependent on location. And to see that, you need to go to the place where apparently the absolute least amount of people want to work.
That's the cat!
Yes, the Rust Belt state has the lowest labor force participation in the country, but also some of the most unusual statistical anomalies. The state is quite poor after its major industries like coal mining and manufacturing were either outsourced or simply fell out of widespread use. This means that a lot of areas have effectively been left behind with no major employment opportunities, meaning that labor force participation is much lower than the national average. But strangely, in some areas, the participation rate is much higher than what would be expected. A recent study conducted by economists from Hamline University, Cornell, and Virginia Tech found that depending on the county, labor force participation in West Virginia ranges from 42% to 77%, a gap between regions of 35%.
Wait.
While the average across the US states is just 17%,
Is that bad?
less than half of West Virginia. It's not unusual that cities and working towns will have higher labor force participation than other areas, because people often specifically move to these locations just to get work. But this variance was startling and uncovered a bigger national trend. The people in areas that still had work can't afford not to work, and the people in areas with no work couldn't afford to move to areas with work since it could mean giving up family support networks or simply paying for the cost to relocate housing. A lot of people who had the financial means have already moved out of the state, only making this problem worse, as they take business opportunities and money away with them. It's a dense read because it's an academic paper. It's for nerds. But if you ever feel compelled to say that nobody wants to work anymore, I definitely suggest you have a look at it. The report itself also looks at welfare issues specific to West Virginia. But just because the state is experiencing this problem the worst doesn't mean that it's in any way just something hurting them. The trend of a few concentrated cities doing extremely well while everywhere else stagnates can make nationwide figures look good. But it also means people who want to work have an option of trying their luck for one of the few jobs left in areas with fewer opportunities, or living in an extremely expensive city to compete with everybody else, fighting over a spot in the few places left where people can reliably get
The
ahead.
freaking rat
Finance and
race,
tech
dude.
have
I
become
don't
more-
understand anymore. It drives me crazy. People go running a wheel.
Of the last escape ropes.
If it was just me, dude, I would buy a small piece of land in Missouri. I say this all the time. Small piece of land in Missouri, tiny house, maybe grow your own stuff. Get a farm. Everyone gets a farm. I don't know. But that's insane. Working, spending all this money for expensive housing. And this expensive housing, you're not going to be there because you're going to be working all the time. And you're only there to sleep. You're just picking an expensive, more expensive place to sleep in. gonna sleep no matter what.
For people to make a
just sleep.
Deal with the devil to get out of these areas with little to no opportunities. And I am going to be writing an article about how even that career path is becoming impossible in my completely free email newsletter.
I know you want to be closer to nice. I live in a suburb area outside the city. If it was just me, though.
So sign up if
And if I live with my family, taking care of my mom who's disabled.
you're interested in reading that and other articles that will never be made into videos here. Thanks for watching, and thanks again to MyHeritage for making this video possible. Check them out by scanning this QR code or clicking the link in the description.
They make pretty good videos. Check this out.
Computers are supposed to make life easier. About 1 in 3 American households has bought that theory and purchased a PC. But
This is 1995. This is what it's like having a computer the year I was born.
what customer that is computers are supposed to make life easier. About 1 in 3 American households has bought that theory and purchased a PC. But what they didn't tell you is that life does not get easier right away. For many newcomers, PC stands for pain and confusion. Reed Galen reports.
Jamie Gold is about to buy her first computer. She hardly knows where to start.
How do I turn this one on?
She's the kind of customer that is turning the industry upside down.
What does the 4 megabyte memory mean versus, so that's
Home PC sales are now exceeding business sales.
4
Up
megabytes
25%
of
last
memory.
year and still
4 megabytes of memory. Now you've got 32 and 64 gigabytes of RAM.
accelerating.
I can buy that.
Jamie Gold spent $2,800 buying into the sales pitch that
What?
computers are now easy to use.
This is the
$2,800? What? And now people are trying to do the $250 budget PC to play Fortnite.
world's easiest personal computer.
It makes you powerful. I just think I want to plug it in first and use it.
But it's still not just another
In
household
1995?
Installation disc number 1. I don't know which the interface cable is.
You could have bought a
Here is
car.
Power module. I'm not done.
What?
Hold on. There's nothing that looks like this. I don't hear it.
Jamie is gridlocked with plenty of company.
It's printing way too large, and I don't know why.
For years, phone and help centers were used by technically inclined users. Now, 80% of IBM's calls come from so-called newbies. Here at Computer Maker Digital Equipment, calls doubled in 6 months.
I'm having trouble with the modem. When I start, there are no beeps or anything.
Many callers expressed dismay that cyberspace seems more like the Twilight Zone.
The industry is being sent that message by every telephone call that comes into technical support.
A lot of new buyers are motivated by the uneasy feeling that they are falling behind in the information age. But their anxiety only deepens if the computer proves more difficult to get started on than they may have expected. In one survey, half of new users said they were ready to throw their computers out the window out of sheer frustration.
I have no idea what this disk drive is. No idea.
No wonder the book series Computers for Dummies has sold 18 million copies.
I wonder what it would be like reading that today.
At software giant Microsoft Corporation,
And I'm looking down the menu bar, and
users are tested like lab rats in a software maze as focus shifts from making computers more powerful to making them easier to use.
The biggest user problem we see right now is ease of use, particularly for the home or the beginning user.
See the troubleshooting information in section 5. Okay.
By 1998, half of American households will have computers. Jamie Gold swears she'll have crossed the Great Divide by then.
How the hell do you do this?
Swears a lot, in
I want
fact.
to kill and what I don't.
Reed Galen, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Computer. I don't know which the interface cable is to the printer's interface port. Well, the picture shows it here. I hope one of these is going to fit and one isn't. That one probably does. If I'm about to blow anything up, I know y'all would let me know, right?
They're gonna blow up. If they were starting computers up in the DOS system, went like a command line, I would be confused too, because I only just learned about those. Like, I don't know, 2 months ago. I learned how to do it myself because I wanted to trim a video without re-rendering it. And then there was then I realized there was a program to do that. Should have just probably tried that first. Windows 95. This is a 40-minute video. I can't watch this right now.
It's safe to say that those of us alive and above the mental capacity.
Maybe another time. We gotta play Yu-Gi-Oh now. Do our missions. We get a pack? Nothing. What did the notification say? What? Public death search. Okay. Destroy a card, fusion, pendulum, link, normal summon. Fusion, pendulum, link. Fusion, pendulum, link. It takes forever to get the achievement, the mission to destroy cards. I don't know why it's so annoying for that one. People quit before you can destroy a card. Yeah, literally 1/4 of a DD combo and we're done. No hand trap? What do they got? Oh, does this work? Kind of. The hell am I doing? Play stun for 13 hours? Oh my gosh. I would go insane. Orthros, Zero, and Ragnarok. Bring it back. This works in a really janky way. 24 hours of stun? No. The real 24-hour challenge. Dude. It's just crazy. "24 hours of stun." I guess you'd have to make that the sub goal, and then when you hit the sub goal, that's when you do it. Ogre. What? End of main. Battle. Are they gonna try to crash into the Caesar? Yes. Oh, that was the goal and they did it. Oh my gosh. Sometimes that's all this game is. It's a maxi minigame. Oh, man. Maxi doesn't even matter. We'll do the Flame High King Genghis. This is a spell trap negate. They got that one back row. I think that's all we got to worry about here. We'll wait for the Genghis effect. We can't negate this if they send a monster. What are they gonna... Oh, they're gonna negate both of us. Well, we literally just play right through it. It's crazy, dude. Shit, what the fuck am I doing? Oh well. That was bad. Rambo the Ninja, what is going on? Nice. You got a replay for us? We can definitely watch that. Just let me know your ID. I got that. We'll watch that right after this game. It's DDD. It's DDD time, I should say. And we freaking brick, dude. Well, we can play through this. Wow. Crazy, bro. I wonder if this is all gonna work. I think this works. Well, yeah, we can do that. Well, what would we need to send? We already have the contract. Oh, damn. We do need a second fusion. So I was supposed to use the fusion spell after I had summoned the King Tell back from the grave. We're still here, Sliver. You know the deal. You know how it is. We out here. Throwing. About to crash out. Oh shit. I don't even get to summon the Orthros because the the rage protected us from the burn damage. Wow, that's crazy. Maybe I should have ashed it. No! I think I misplayed this too. We could have been in an even better position. They had 2 droplets? It's crazy. Crash it? A light tuner. Wait, what? Weren't they playing Sky Striker? Did they just side in the middle of the game? Oh wait, replay time. Grandpa, you still there? We need to destroy a card. But first we gotta replay. Shiranui versus Dark Lord. So Samsara bring back the spectral sword, but it's negated. I don't even know. I remember Shiranui from the Duel Links days. How did we run out of space? What does this pyramid say? Okay. The Dark Lord has 800 life points left. Gain 500, okay. For each fairy on the field or in the grave, what? On the field. Now there's 2 Sun Sagas? They tried their best, but it wasn't enough. Oh man, I'm sorry guys. I was having like a really good time here, and then I'm not, you know, I'm not mad. I'm not like, it's not. I'm not. I don't even know what to say. Someone mentioned someone else's successes, and I was really and we're all happy for someone else's successes, but that success completely doubled. Well, they got double what we. They got double what we got in one day in 6 months, and I stand up here trying to put on these tournaments, begging people to support the events. And then the person got the support, and then they couldn't even follow through with what they were asking for. And then I upload videos onto YouTube every day, but YouTube just seems to ignore my content in favor of people with no webcam and the worst microphone. No, it wasn't you, Brambo. I'm almost jaded against the game. Or maybe we're just doing something wrong. I don't know. I gotta get something to drink, though. It's crazy. Played it better, but And that shit totally killed the fucking mood, dude. So to put it into better perspective for you, I don't know. We'll have in the past, say, 7 months. In 6 months, we might have had 300 to 400 people, 300 to 400 Yu-Gi-Oh players join the Discord to participate in tournaments. And I would just say, hey guys, if you appreciate the events, you want to support the stream, keep the tournaments going, watching, lurking, no one's even here, lurking, prime subs would help a lot. And for six months the goal was 250 subs, and we only got 80 in 6 months. So people just don't care about Yu-Gi-Oh or the tournaments, or maybe us here, I don't know. But to talk about how someone else got double that, 150 subs in one day, and didn't follow through with the deal that they would make for getting those subs, it's just shitty, bro. I don't know, it just makes me feel shitty, like I'm the clown keeping doing this when people clearly don't even appreciate it or want it. Sometimes I think it's just this game. You know what? I ain't even gonna do the mission. Fuck the mission. I was in just chatting. We weren't even in the Master Duel category. That's why no one was here. I don't know, man. That person's a good supporter too. Who, damn, that sucks. That's just really shitty. If I feel bad, I want to be happy for other people's successes, but I guess that just means that I'm not doing the right thing. Well, see, it's not even really a success if that person can't even follow through with what they said they would do. That's the part I'm critiquing here. Shit, I would do that 3 times if that meant that I could secure the tournament prizing that we needed. But even if I did it, no one would care. I do the wrong account. Nice. Also, like, it's obvious that we're not Mr. Beast and we're not rolling in dough here. We're struggling to hit tournament prizes. I don't know why anyone would want to come in here and start talking about all the subs that someone else got. It's hard not to feel shitty. I don't know what am I supposed to do? Claim Pat. Yeah, we do this one. It's mostly about YouTube. I don't know why YouTube hates us. Hates me specifically. Or hates my Yu-Gi-Oh content. Somehow other channels, no camera, no worse microphone, not even great quality content. Getting views and recommended interactions. What I noticed is a Yu-Gi-Oh player will comment on a video just to correct you. They don't want to talk. They don't care. They just want to feel better. They want to feel superior. That's what he crazy. And then we got 500 tournament players who don't even who don't interact with YouTube videos. So I don't know what it is. So I've shifted my focus. I'm not putting not as much effort into it. YouTube Yu-Gi-Oh content. Damn this. I think we're reaching a critical mass with all the bigger names of quitting Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Game is so fucked. Can't do it. This game's so fucked. Nimbus, what is going on? Dude, I didn't start the journey for the Kraken pet just to give up. We're just taking a side track right now, you know? It's good to see you. I'm glad that you're here. I was crashing out before. That's all good now. We gotta become drug kingpins before we can go back to Gillinor. Okay. The fire came from prison. Oh god, I hope not. Do they even let you have a phone in prison? Is this even shuffled? Grinding RuneScape from jail. Oh gosh. Dude, come on, bro. Hey Frog, I'll have to check out his videos. But how does he not get caught? You know, wouldn't they catch him after a while uploading these videos? Dude, this guy has gotta like play faster. I can't with him. He got. I would figure the guy got caught. Dude, you should not be allowed to play this game if your connection is that bad. Straight to jail. This person should go to jail for this. There's one good part of the song, though. It's not the connection actually so much. The servers suck. Because the developer is a small indie company. They're not, as a joke. Necroslime? Yes. This guy should just surrender, honestly. And it's not that you need a good connection, but there's so many interactions where the game has to connect between both of us. I mean, well, there's so many times for the game to be slowed down by a bad connection, I should say, where if a player has a bad connection, it gets very annoying. We have that. We do that. Bring it back with this, and then so we just do this. What happens now? Negate. Well, anyways. You can add a Vendread card, negate it. Oh wait, this guy's gonna come back. Maybe I should have negated that. Well, we do this. No. And then we do this. This one with this one. No. We do this. Get this. Why didn't it surrender? Why didn't it summon? Oh, because I can only special summon DD monsters? Crazy. So I have to do this now? Fuck it. Oh. We have a choice now. We are locked to DDs. Do this one? I could have waited actually. Yeah, I should have waited on this. I should have done a different one. That's what they were waiting for? Destroy a card, activate a trap. Activate 2 traps. Dude, I don't even care. Okay. Push up. Oh. That's fine. It'll be okay. We're going back. Well, we're back to schedule 1. We're not finished. If you have the game, I need you to help and join my gang. Free Uncle Nelson. We're gonna free him one day. Wait, I gotta do this. Join my gang. Custom shirts, that would be funny. Maybe with mods. We're all good. I gotta do something better with this space here. There's nothing I want in here. We got 10 grand on us. We got 11,000 in cash. Give me my money, bitch. Making that spot your home base is actually good because we go here and then we go see this guy, we get our money. Then you hit 2 of your dealers right there when you stay at the hotel. I'm gonna be making the barn into a grow house, and then you guys can take over the house here to make methane, because I just don't understand the meth production yet. Take this. What did I come here for? We need seeds and soil. I need 37 seeds. If these guys are in my way, I don't even care anymore. Get out of my way. I don't even care anymore. Oh, you're fucking you didn't learn the first time, huh? Didn't fucking learn. Oh, now I'm stuffed up. I hired an extra bud tender. Because it's just like the perfect ratio. You need 2 of the guys to take care of the plants here. Well, we have enough space to have 2 guys taking care of plants. That's actually what I should say there. Dude, wake up, bro. Robert, tell whatever his name is here to wake up. Hey, he's all right. Wake up. And surprisingly, our next bottleneck, we need seeds and soil. Seeds, obviously, seeds, soil, and jars. Like that's what we need. Money is not a problem, but I know you could do that. But having the money in the bank is the problem. If I thought the unionizing would work, but if they don't get it together, you just gotta start beating them. Oh, okay, yeah, I gotta check the bank. I deposited. I hit a weekly deposit limit of 10,000. I don't even know what day it is. Does this tell me it's Tuesday? That's a reset for like a whole week. I need to launder. I'm laundering money in the laundromat. We're in the middle of laundering money. What am I supposed to do? Do I buy the post office so that I can launder more money quicker? I can spend more money than I can launder in a day on seeds. Wait, you can rob the gas station? If I buy the post office, I wanna save up another 3,200. I want to save up 3,200 to get the car wash. But it's actually surprisingly hard to get that money into the bank. Or if I just wait time, it'll happen. What do I do to spend that time? Map? Try to get more customers? The purple-haired girl? They're a good customer? We'll take care of them then. Deliveries. What do we do here? going too far. Yeah, they're lowballing, no shot. We're gonna go break their kneecaps. She said that she likes it, and I smacked her in the fucking face. Dude, I need to get money into the bank. Alright, where is the seed guy? North end of overpass? Oh. If we pay cash for the seeds right here, that'll help us a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, I beat him too much. Now he's having seizures. Damn. Oh no, now I beat this one. No. Oh no. The gun? Yeah, I have it still. What are we gonna do? Put him out of his misery? Stop the seizures? What do I do now? I will go sleep. I don't know, but I'm definitely gonna try pickpocketing a cop now. I played a lot of Skate. Oh, if you get a better skateboard, it helps. We got 18,000. See, you hit that bump and you're still screwed. We're laundering money. Once we launder this final 2,000, we'll be able to buy the car wash. I don't even need all these seeds. I don't like the car. Reversing and all that, it feels like it takes too long. Maybe if we had a better car. I don't know how that'll go. That area always slows you down. I don't know if that stops him from accessing that plant. Oh, shit. This is coming together pretty good. What do I do now? I wait for the money at the laundromat. Do they need money to work? I think we paid them all. Why aren't you working? Oh, there's no product for him. Yeah, there's no product for him because you're not working quick enough. Well, no, there's a whole bunch of flour right here. Why aren't you working? Oh, it's because of this. The big house? The barn? Look at all that, ready to go. And he's loading them up. Don't beat your workers. Don't abuse your workers. They are people too. Anyways. Out of the way. Damn it, get out of the way, dead body. I don't even give people a chance to buy anymore. Buy anymore. I don't even give them the chance to buy anymore. I just whack them over the back of their head with a bat, steal their money. Don't even. What do we need to sell them any for? Look his face down. Look at him. We're cleaning up the community. That's what we're doing. Dude, let me jump over this thing. Damn. Crazy. You can't pickpocket police. Beavis and Butthead are from Highland, for real? I didn't know that. Alright, map. Where are we at? We're right here. We're gonna go see Genghis. Where's he at, though? Is he in the diner? Oh, he's in the diner. Yeah, you better like it. Who would still call you for drugs after that? You already beat. Oh, still slumped. These people, when they get knocked out like this, they fall into an interesting position. This lady takes one look at me And she said, I'm going the other way. That's the bat guy. The guy who was slumped on the bench before was even funnier. You handy Hank? You look like you gave a few handies in your life. You don't want to buy my drugs? Yeah. How far do we have to go to unlock Suburbia? Like, I give him the meth. You want to buy some drugs? Oh, I don't have any drugs to sell them. Someone like walked into this car and then it took off like a rocket ship into the air. I jacked the rims. Oh shit. I can finally buy the car wash so we can launder money more efficiently now. This can launder 6,000. So now we can launder 8,000 a day. I spent all the money. Wait, how did that get locked? I gotta go to the docks. That's what I should do. Oh. What the hell is all this, dude? Oh, that's the dealer. Melissa? Oh, that's another dealer. Jane? Oh, that is Jane. Apparently they're gonna add a fishing mini game later. Dude, there's no one here. Where is everyone? Weird, we can't go in here. Where is that guy? Oh, we got him, okay. Yeah, maybe you should have liked it, huh? Hey, what's going on? You wanna buy some drugs? No? No? You're too good for me? Son of a bitch. Take his pants. Oh my gosh. I swear to God. Don't test me, you're done. Oh, he was ready to fight. I like how he was ready to fight. Tough crowd. You don't like Granddaddy Perp? You're done. We don't like you. Granny too. My God. Oh no. No, no. Poor Granny. This person's just watching like. Oh! You saw nothing. You didn't see anything. That was someone's grandmother. That was the quickest deal ever. I did it right in front of the cop. Well, you're too good for me? You're too good for our drugs? You gonna say the same shit? Fine. Hey, what are you doing up there? Nice. Gotta get out of here. Drive by the neighborhood. I could probably be riding. Someone could probably be riding in the car while you're driving and shooting. We're back up to 10 grand already. You can go dealers and check how much money they have on them. 0, 3,000. We go find Molly. She got 3,000 for us. What do we do now? People live there? No fall damage is crazy. What happens if you like get knocked out or stabbed and you die or something like that? Do you go to the hospital? You probably go to the hospital. Melissa Wood? I don't know where to find this person at. Melissa Wood. You can sell stuff at the pawn shop, but the guy's never here. Someone said it works.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where did all that Granddaddy Perp get there from? What happens when you get arrested? I've never been arrested before. Yo, that lady does meth, bro. This guy's not selling enough meth. Maybe. No. Oh, dude, that lady did a front flip. They're slumped out. We'll do this. Dude, I don't know what we do now. It's like we automated the system. Wait, really? I can just do this? How do I... change my clothes? How do my clothes even matter? I'll never see them. Character? Which purple did I do? Deep purple. I need deep purple. Oh, this lady closed, bro. He was like, bro, why? Can you just go back there anytime? I didn't know that. No, you can't. I snuck in there. Nope, I snuck. You can't open that if you don't own the place. And now we already have 16,000 in the bank because the car wash can launder 6,000 a day. What's the barn? I think it's 25,000. Should we buy the post office? I don't think we even need it. You need to save 25,000 for the barn. We might need the post office once we have the barn. If we have all that much cash, we're gonna need to launder it somewhere, right? That's how you do it. You gotta pickpocket your customers after you sell them. And then just to be sure. Dude, why is this lady buying so much? Crazy. Dude, this guy's still knocked out back there. Oh man, I got the pimp outfit. Now we're pimping. Javier Perez, where is this guy? Oh, that's not him. My guy's lit. Think wisely before you say what you're gonna say. I said think wisely. Thank you.
Oh, dude.
Gotta drop off some drugs with one of my representatives here. I like this one guy here. I need a new dealer though. I don't know how to unlock them. What are you doing sitting down in here? I just approached the cop with weed in my hand. Well, that's where Trent lives? Why is Trent there now? Literally, they didn't even search. I walked up with weed in my hand. They're like, oh, you're fine. You're good. There's gonna be a fishing game over here. Oh man, the game knew I was gonna hit him in the head. And it was gonna send him into the water, so it's despawned him.
Sure.
This is the dealer lady, but I don't know how to unlock her. What is this place? Who's dealing on our turf? Are we gonna have to break their legs? Yo, that car just hit this lady. Dude, everyone's asking for meth, bro. I don't want to do that. Oh, that wasn't even the deal.
Huh.
Okay. Oh, we be enforcing. We be enforcing with this bat. This guy hates me. I snuck up and beat him over the head when he was walking in the door. I gotta go to the grow house. When this day is over, we'll have the barn. Yo, you can chill. Hey, yo, it's alright. I hit you on accident, bro. Chill. Chill. You hit this guy over the head with a bat, and he wants to stab you in the throat. Bam. This guy's just staring me down. This guy does not want to chill at all. Yo. All right, I hit you up. You know what? Fine. You want to do this? Yeah. Yeah, that's what's gonna fucking happen. Is he showing me the bussy to make up for it? Scarf. Oh, well, he's gone. Oh, wait. No. Nope. Nope, he's gone. I want his money. You want to buy drugs? They want to buy drugs. This person over here wants to buy drugs. I know that. Oh, this guy. Can you go in here? What is this?
Nope.
Where is this guy? Do those people remember that I beat the crap out of them? Hey, it's the RV. I just got so used to beating him. I've never had to use the gun though. I'm trying to find this person, Melissa. I don't know where to find them. Oh, that's your house. There's a lot of people here in suburbia. Dude, this guy's still laying here in the street. Damn, when did we get 32,000 in the bank, dude? Oh, did I just withdraw 10 grand? I did. I did it. We got the barn. Moving all this stuff over is going to be a chore. Now I'm gonna have to use the car. bodied that guy. But no, it's not just like you don't just move everything, you gotta like just set up everything there. Okay. Damn, dude. I don't even know how to lay out the barn. No, not from him. We're waiting for the warehouse to open. Molly had 5 grand for us. I don't even know how to begin laying this place out. Apparently, we're better off just doing meth in here. Oh man, I don't even know what to do anymore. That's right, Snowy Bun. We're playing a different game and no one wants to see it. That's why people like me were stuck playing one game. No, this is not video. I don't know what to do though. We've been playing this game for a few days now. But I'm about to be done. I don't know what my progression, we've progressed to a point where it's like I'm not rewarded anymore. I don't feel rewarded. We automated our weed business. I mean, that's all we got to do. And then we're supposed to do meth in here. My chin hair? Damn. Do we... I don't know what to do. In this game, we sell drugs. I don't have any drugs on me. Well, we just got the barn, and we're supposed to upgrade. We're supposed to fill the barn with our drugs. Wow, those cops are right there. Maybe we're better off upgrading this place. You don't need that. This is so much work. Archageddon? What is that? Like if I moved them over, I could probably fit one more in there or two more. Wait a minute, while these are done. It's a... But what kind of game is it? Shooter? Maybe. I don't play too many of those. I'll take this one. I need trimmers, bro. Do we want to have the... No, we don't want... I don't play that many shooters anymore, but maybe I'll check it out. Watch a video about it or something. Maybe some gameplay. What did I do all that for? To fit one more? If I take this out. Bless me. Jeez. Why can't you put one there? Oh, there's already one there. We need lights. That way. Definitely gotta put something here. Can't access that one. No, you can't really upgrade the building. They want you to buy bigger buildings. That's how you progress. Trying to figure out how to fit more. I just bought the barn today, like 5 minutes ago. Very recently. All right. I think we're gonna make meth in the barn. More profitable that way. A plant in the ground? What do you mean where? Oh no, that's garbage. I don't know what. The guy didn't pick it up yet. He comes and he rounds and he picks it up and he puts it in this garbage can. What do we do? We need those pots. Need a light. Maybe it'll work right there. I didn't hear that before, but I'll probably never be able to unhear it now. We can't put any of these blueberries to waste at all. These are very expensive blueberries. Damn it, Frosty, stop spamming. I'm a way faster worker than these guys. Gotta keep the dealers fully stocked. That's what we're doing right now. We package the drugs and then we bring it to the dealer. Oh, that's our dealer. We've had problems with them before, but we work it out. They sell it for us and they pay us. Oh man. They do sound like high heels. A little tired. It's almost bedtime. We launder money with this. We could have laundered more money. I didn't have enough cash. It's cops. All right. That's enough for one day. I'm gonna go get some rest so that we'll start streaming earlier tomorrow. The past few days I had to edit a ton of videos. Like I literally edited like 15 videos for almost no reason, because the Yu-Gi-Oh videos don't get watched anyway. It's fun. It's funny. All right. I'm going to sleep. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.